session and do a roll call vote, please.
Okay, just had to turn my mic on and start streaming. There we go. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Merenheim.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, so do we have any announcements from closed session?
Not this evening.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to adjourn back to a regular meeting, regular open session. Can we get, or call to order, I should say, can we get a roll call vote for open session, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Merenheim.
Here. In regard to closed session, Councilmember Obaji did join us halfway through
No, into the second item,
on the second item.
Mayor Pro Tem.
That's true, it was 5 o'clock or earlier, whatever. Okay, we're gonna do a salute the flag and then we're gonna do a moment of silence. On 3, 1, 2, and 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. All right, we have one. Thank you. All right, we have a proclamation to give out today. So this month, I'd like to bring up Erica Gonzalez. So, hello, Erica. Hello. So this month is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And we want to give out a proclamation for the program that we do here in Redondo Beach. Our domestic violence victim advocacy program started in 1996. And since its inception, we've worked with BCHD and RBPD. We are the only city here in the South Bay to have such a program. So another one of the things that we here in the city of Redondo do that no other city does in the South Bay. It's offered to everyone in the South Bay who needs it. Walk into the station 24/7, we're here for you. Make it happen, we're here to support you. There's hope and there's help. All you need to do is reach out. It's a very serious topic and we're here to be supportive as a community, as a city. And on behalf of the mayor and council, it's an honor to proclaim this October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And I want to thank you very much for your years of service and good work. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There you go.
Thank you so much for your continued support. Together, we're making a difference every day in the lives of many. And I want to invite you to attend our next Candlelight Vigil, our 13th annual Candlelight Vigil, this coming Saturday at 7 p.m. right here in front of the police department. And let me repeat that again, that there's help and there's hope. All you need to do is reach out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Approval of order of agenda. Does anyone want to move anything around?
Do we have any other announcements?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I always forget that. Announcements from Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, last night we had our District 2 community meeting. And I want to thank Chief Butler, Pat Butler, our fire chief, for being there. Great conversation about everything from EMS to wildfires and disaster preparation for earthquakes, et cetera. So thank you for being there. And, our next one will be in November, date to be determined. But thank you again for being there, Chief.
Thank you. Councilmember Horvath.
Yep. District 3 community meeting is this Saturday morning, 9:30 to 11. We'll be talking with the Beach City Health District about their new Alcove youth mental health program, and then an open forum when we finish up with that. Virtual.
Thank you. Councilmember Baji.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special election upon us. Tomorrow is the last day to vote in the special election. You can get your ballot into the North Branch Library, the main library, Riviera Village, and Dominguez Park. It's important that we vote in big numbers here and across Redondo Beach to show folks outside of the city that we're awake, that we're cognizant, that we pay attention and we care about our city. In addition, this is an election in which there's been a lot of contradicting information, especially in District 4. And I understand some people are tuned out, want to tune out or set this one aside. That's perfectly fine, but you can still cast a vote on Measure E, and the council has unanimously endorsed a position on that. So you can look that up, look at our facts on the website, get educated, and please cast your ballot. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember MD.
I just came before this meeting to the Alcove grand opening at the Beach City South District was today. And Alcove is going to be a place where it's basically a new youth mental health services for ages 12 to 25-year-old, where they can access mental health, physical health, substance use prevention, and much more. So that'll be an exciting addition to Redondo Beach. The second thing is last week I attended the South Bay Economic Conference at the California State University of Dominguez Hills. And while I was there, I met the chief of staff to the president of Dominguez Hills. And he said that, they do this economic conference every year. And he said that he could come to, Mr. Wodzansky, he could come to a city council meeting and present the data they have for Redondo Beach specific. So if we wanted to, we could have him come, not him, but the economist actually come and give a presentation on economics outlook based on just on Redondo Beach economics. So just FYI, I thought that'd be kind of good, especially maybe before budget. Third is the Redondo Beach Women Club. It has been around for over 100 years, and their clubhouse is 100 years old. They're going to do a small celebration October 22nd from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. It's a gala there. That'll be fun. And then you can go over to the domestic violence event right after that. And then don't forget that this Saturday is the Shred event and household event at the Performing Arts Center from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. So if you have any hazardous waste or things you need to be shredded, they should go check that out.
Thank you. You took two of those things right there. And that's all good. It's all good.
For districts.
Well, not some other stuff. All good. All good. Yes, Vicky.
If I may, yes, on behalf of the elections official, Eleanor Manzano, just wanted to alert everyone, as Councilmember Obaji did, tomorrow is the last day to vote in the October 19th special election. Ballot canvassing continues in the reception lobby outside the chamber, right around the corner to the far right of the city clerk's office, or door 1, as others may know it, whereby election staff is opening ballot envelopes and separating the ballots from the envelopes to ready them for scanning and tallying tomorrow. This will continue in this location until 9 p.m. this evening. So the public is welcome to observe and attend. So you can just walk out the door and go to the right if you want to observe that process. Canvassing will continue tomorrow morning, but we will move to all the operations to the council chamber. The chamber will be open to the public as of 10 a.m. and the public is welcome again to observe the canvass in person. Beginning at 6 p.m., we are scheduled to start broadcasting on channels 8 and 41, just as you would watch a council meeting, and also live stream online and on YouTube. And it is anticipated soon after the close of polls, which is the official close of polls at 8 p.m. City Clerk Eleanor Manzano will make an announcement pertaining to preliminary results. Again, ballot drop boxes are still available to the public to return voter ballot envelopes up until 8 p.m. tomorrow evening, October 19th, at the 4 county drop boxes and also at the city clerk's office. We have a drop box right here at our counter, at the public counter, until 8 p.m. There is still time to mail ballots, but it should be noted they must be postmarked as of October 19th. And that's all I have to say about the election, unless you have some.
I do, actually. I got a couple inquiries from some people who don't have their ballots anymore. They can come down to the city clerk's office and request a new ballot.
Right. We are issuing replacement ballots at City Hall up until the close of polls tomorrow.
Perfect.
We'd like you to
And-
get there a little bit before 8 o'clock so we have time to create that ballot for you, or to pull it and file it. Yes.
Okay. And ballot counting, you will be counting roughly how many ballots tomorrow?
We are ready to count, when this canvass is completed tonight, all precincts should be opened up and separated, about 9,700 ballots. We've also received another 1,000 ballots that have not been processed yet. And of course, the other ballots that come in on election day that are picked up from the post office and then delivered to us after that.
And when will those ballots be counted? Will there be a
They're going to be
second and or
processed. We're
third?
going to do a secondary count on October 26th.
Got it. And will be a third count or no? That's it?
No, that'll be it. And then after we do our manual tally, which is also required, which basically we're going to take one precinct and a random precinct and count them by hand, actually. Then on November 1st, the actual official results will be certified at the city council meeting of November 1st.
Okay. Thank you. So I got a couple announcements. I have my online community meeting Thursday night, so day after tomorrow, starting at 6:30 to 8:30. It's via Zoom. I usually broadcast via Facebook as well, so you can catch us on either or. Riviera, we will not be meeting again until November, so between now and then is Halloween. So Riviera Village, I want to invite everyone down to the Riviera Village. Come on down and enjoy on October 31st from 3 to 6 p.m. They shut down the streets, and come on down with or without costume, with or without kids, and enjoy the festivities. There's a ton of people, a ton of great costumes. It's really, really amazing. Go have dinner while you're down there. The other thing I have to add is there's a Green Line meeting tomorrow via Zoom and in person, I believe. So if you're interested about the Green Line, whether you're going on the right of way or Hawthorne Boulevard, please understand there is a meeting for Metro tomorrow. So with all that done, onwards to approval of the order of agenda. Can I get a motion to approve?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we have no agency recesses. Do we have any, we have two blue folder items N2 and J1.
That's right, sir. On for J1, public participation on non-agenda items, we have public communications submitted. And under N2, discussion and possible action regarding approval of the draft public amenities plan for King Harbor, we have a PowerPoint presentation and public communications as well.
Fantastic.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Okay. Consent calendar. There are 11 items on the consent calendar. We're going to approve all of these in one swoop, unless anyone from the community wants to come down and speak to any of the 11 items, or one of the council members want to pull any of the items. So if you want to speak on these items, come on down right now. And meanwhile, while you do that, we will ask Councilmember Lowenstein, you can pull anything.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
H10, please.
H10. And Councilmember Obaji.
I don't want to pull anything, but just on H8, I want to say thank you to Police Chief Hoffman for getting us $40,000 in grant funds for pedestrian and bicycle safety. And thank you to the city manager on H11 for updating our strategic plan as it concerns the Veterans Park Library concession agreement.
And Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay. I don't want to pull item H7. I just want to say thank you to planning development staff for getting an overhire on that so we can get permits moving along. We're very busy there in community development. And so thank you for that. And H8, as well, thank you for doing that, as well as H9, getting those grants moving forward. So thank you very much, Chief of Police. All right. Can I get a motion to approve all items except for items H10?
So moved.
Before you proceed, we do have some public comment.
Oh, you do have public comment?
Consent items.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor to approve everything except for H10, which we've pulled. Public comment, written or
We have e-comments for H5, H6, and H8. And did you want me to look to see if there's any Zoom participants first?
Yeah, please do.
Or any members of the public that like to speak on anything on the consent calendar? Okay, let me go to Zoom. Okay, we've got 5 members of the public that are participating via Zoom, 6 now. If you would like to speak to any item on the consent calendar, then now is the time to raise your hand. Otherwise, I can continue and read through e-comments and come back to you. Doesn't appear so. Okay, for H5, Jill Clausen submits, I think it's outrageous that the city of Redondo Beach is purchasing gas-powered vehicles at the expense of the environment. Shame on all of you for approving this. H6, submitted by Jill Clausen. Why are we hiring outside of Redondo Beach for this? We're fighting the state against more mandated housing in favor of adding more businesses to the community so that residents have someplace local to work without having to commute outside the region. So what do? Hire an Orange County architectural firm? Way to deprive local businesses of opportunities to grow so we can meet our own goals. Can you at least try to get your act together and be consistent for once? Item H6, submitted by Jerome Chang. For as many boutique firms in the South Bay alone, let alone a 15-mile radius, can we not prioritize more local firms than one out in Orange County? And for item H8, Brianna Egan submits, I support this proactive approach to educating kids and hopefully adults too on safe bicycling practices and rules of the road. It's important to also note that education alone won't solve bike injuries and deaths. Even the most experienced cyclists can be killed because of the high injury and high speed nature of American streets. RBPD is showing that they care about this and want to make biking safer for teens. Some major takeaways from RBPD e-bike meeting are that more students are riding bikes to school, leading to a reduction in car traffic during school drop-offs. This is great. They are also interested in supporting bike buses for elementary schools. See recent stories on the Portland bike bus led by Coach Sam Balto. So let's be even more proactive than having bike rodeos. Let's fund bike buses and let's fund quick build protected bike infrastructure, focusing on protected and connected routes to schools, perhaps focusing on Prospect, Burl, and 190th. That concludes comments from e-comment. I'm just going to go back to Zoom really quick to see if anyone raised their hand. And they have not, so that concludes public comment for consent.
Okay, real quick for clarification purposes.
Sorry, I got one.
Okay, go for it.
Sorry. Candace Nafisi would like to speak. Just a moment, please.
On
On consent calendar.
Good evening. This is Candace Nafisi from District 3. Just want to say, give two messages. Just want to encourage everyone to turn in their ballots. Tomorrow is election day.
Hold on, Ms. Nafisi,
yes?
this is, you're talking about non-agenda item, correct?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Sorry. Apologize.
Not
I
your
may have
fault.
said non-agenda and I apologize. I meant to say consent.
No worries, all right.
My bad.
For clarification purposes, it's all fine. Item H6, the bid is as part of, to develop a contract template for the solicitation RFPs for on-call consulting services. This is a response to an RFP, correct?
Ted, why don't you come up to answer that question? This is, I believe we're adding this particular firm. We have a suite of firms, as you all know, to help us with on-call calls or project activities. And I think Ted can describe the solicitation here.
Thank you, Councilmember. The GPA, the consultant that we're proposing, is someone that went through an RFP process when we designed the City Council chamber, as you see it today. We did, as the city manager mentioned, we did go through an RFP process for our bench of consultants, and this architect has proven themselves to be a very good architect for us. We do have several projects that need expertise in that field, and we're recommending to the council that you issue them a contract like we have with the bench consultants, so we can utilize them on a project-by-project basis.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else have public comment on any of these except for item H10? Okay, any other members of City Council? No, all right, motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. All right, passes unanimously. All right, item H10.
Before we do that, may I read
Oh,
a few
read
items?
something. Yep.
Thanks. Okay, for item H8, council adopted by 4/5, or actually unanimously, and by title only, resolution number 221082, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2022-23 budget modification to appropriate $40,000 in State Office of Traffic Safety Grant funds to the Intergovernmental Grants Fund. adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2210-083, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, accepting a grant from the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, ABC OTS grant program, and modifying the adopted budget for fiscal year 2022-23 to appropriate $26,035 in 2022 ABC OTS grant funds. That concludes items to be read. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item H10. Oh,
There was one more. Thank you very much. Council adopted by title only, resolution number CC-2210-085, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to Devel Incorporated. And now I believe that concludes items to be read. Thank you.
all right. So item H10, Councilmember Horvath, you have.
Thank you. I wanted to pull this item to be able to bifurcate it into two separate votes, if so willing. And so I'd make a motion to approve the item for $183,196.92 for the March 7th general municipal election.
Second.
Okay. Is there any public, I'm going to make a motion to approve item H10 as is. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay. Is there any public comment on item H10 regarding the document service solution services for the municipal election? Is there any e-comments or Zoom comments?
No.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to this? Councilmember Baji.
Just a question for the clerk on this contract. Does this, is this going to help the clerk's office be able to communicate with people when they receive, when the clerk's office receives their ballot? I confirm the receipt of this contract?
Not for this contract. No, this is actually for print and mail services.
Okay. Is there anything like that in the works to eventually
We
get
have
that
that. We have a
service?
contract with Snailworks that will do the ballot tracking. Is that, if that's what you're alluding to?
Yeah, for March, for the
Yes.
March election?
Yes, sir.
All right, great, thanks. That's it, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? No? All right. All right, motion on the floor is to approve item H10 as is. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
No.
Councilmember Baji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim, aye as well. So that passes 4-1. All right, is there anything to read on that?
No, sir.
Okay. So onwards to fun stuff. This is the public participation on non-agenda items. So we're going to give this 30 minutes. It's 6:23. We'll just say write down 6:24 for give you extra minute of time. Everyone gets 3 minutes of time. Everyone can come down. I start off with these cute little orange cards first. And then we go down to anyone else who wants to come down in person and speak. And then we'll go to Zoom and e-comments, and we'll come back to in-person comments. And we have a maximum amount of 30 minutes. Each person gets 3 minutes of time. And once we hit our 30-minute mark, we will stop at that point in time and move on with our agenda. And just so everyone knows, you can say pretty much keep it civil, but we will not be responding. We can ask for minor clarification purposes on some items, but that is it. So first one here is Scott Villahauer from RBCEA, I believe.
Hi, my name is Scott with the RBCA Board. We would like to address a comment made by the Mayor Pro Tem at the City Council meeting of October 4th, 2022. Our employees are very well paid compared to Manhattan Beach and Beverly Hills. We would like to submit this document, which compares salaries of Redondo Beach to those of Manhattan Beach, which shows quite the contrary to his public statement. These are comparisons of 52 positions, not just a random few salaries. Therefore, for the record, we as employees of PSA, CEA, and Teamster unions do not agree with the Mayor Pro Tem's statement. And we would like to express our grave concern that the City Council is under the impression that Redondo Beach employee salaries are equal or more than those of Manhattan Beach. The comparison shows Redondo salaries are on average 26% lower. Further, the Mayor Pro Tem's comment was related to an item increasing council salaries, which had not been adjusted since 2007. The council approved this increase, which equates to a 5% a year for each year since 2007. Please note that your employees have not received 5% salary increases year over year since that time. So you've extended yourselves a benefit that you've withheld from your employees. We ask that for upcoming negotiations, you recognize and authorize the salary increases required to bring Redondo employees up to the comparable cities of Manhattan Beach and Beverly Hills. Thank you.
Sorry, can you clarify what does RBCEA stand for, please?
It's the Redondo Beach City Employees Associations.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Can we get a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next up is Lena Carrillo, RBPSA.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Second, third, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Okay, Lena Carrillo, president with RBPSA, that's the Professional and Supervisory Association. I would also like to address a statement made by the Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim at the October 4th meeting that Redondo Beach employees are paid just as well as Manhattan and Beverly Hills. Submitting a copy of the Beverly Hills salary schedule for you tonight, demonstrating the exact opposite. In fact, in every comparable job class, Redondo employees are paid on average 20% less. There's a few snippets. I do have a few snippets from the Beverly Hills comparison. You recently approved a job spec on October 4th for Human Resources Manager. The top end of Redondo's salary scale on that job spec is 49% below that of Beverly Hills. In June, you approved a new job spec for GIS Analyst. Redondo's pay is 53% lower than the job spec for that class in Beverly Hills. The various public works supervisor and manager positions, those are 25 to 30% below those of Beverly Hills. Parking enforcement officers, 44% below. Right now, Redondo has a job posting for traffic engineer. It's been there for several months with a lack of qualified applicants. Redondo's pay scale is 17% lower for that job spec. Our dispatcher's pay scale tops out at $5,631 a month. Beverly Hills, $7,219, 28% higher. Firefighters, 62% less our firefighters get paid than Beverly Hills. Police officer, 23% less. Your own executive assistant to the mayor and council, her salary is 25% lower than her counterpart in Beverly Hills. And all our department heads, Beverly Hills pays their department heads double than ours. Redondo's top level for department heads isn't even at the bottom scale of Beverly Hills. The city clerk, whose salary you just raised, is still 38% lower than Beverly Hills. Is there at least even one job class higher for Redondo? There is, it's the mayor and councils. With your raise you just approved last week, you'll be at 112% of the Beverly Hills mayor and council pay. So what is our true underlying concern with the Mayor Pro Tem statement? If this council really believes Redondo pay is on par with that of Manhattan Beach and Beverly Hills, we as employees have serious concerns about your understanding of the city's finances. It's no wonder we've been hard pressed to have even nominal salary increases approved. If this body is completely misconstrued that our salaries are anywhere near those cities, how can we even conduct educated negotiations when this council is starting at a point that's completely false? The comment by the Mayor Pro Tem shed a very concerning light to all the employees. And know that now the bar is set for next negotiations, because in theory, if what the Mayor Pro Tem said is accurate, and we can just adopt either the Manhattan Beach or even Beverly Hills pay scales, there should be a zero-sum impact to the budget. Wouldn't that be correct? So our groups would sign that agreement in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Robert Rivera.
I would like to defer my time to my association president, Lena.
We can't.
We don't actually do that. You can't donate time to people. Coastal Commission does that, but we don't actually do that here. You have to speak for yourself.
Robert Rivera, member of the RBPSA. You heard me speak on this, you heard Lena speak on this before. I'm here tonight to advocate for our public works supervisors and managers. This is in regards to the $2,000 retention and attendance bonus approved for public works employees represented by Teamsters, approved by City Council on September 6th. Tonight in attendance with me are 7 of public works supervisors and managers who work side by side with those Teamsters employees and yet have been overlooked for that same bonus. Let me name them for you. Robert Rivera, Mario Carranza, Juan Olguin, Albert Alejandre, Juan Carrillo, Gary DeLaghi, and Frank Contreras. These public works supervisors and managers came to work consistently all through the COVID pandemic. They didn't get the opportunity to work from home like many others in our group did, and they still come to work now, day in and day out. They also come in before regular work hours, day after regular work hours, and come in on weekends, and choose to do so because of their commitment and their work ethic. Their attendance is consistent, their dedication to their jobs is above and beyond. You might not know they don't get overtime pay or callback pay for working the additional hours. The supervisory union is exempt from overtime, does not have callback pay. So when the city council approved the bonus for only Teamsters employees, you completely overlooked the 7 integral supervisors with those divisions couldn't function. It's only right and fair that you offer this bonus to our public works supervisors and managers as well. In the scheme of the overall cost of the agreement with the Teamsters, extending the bonus to these 7 supervisors is nominal. Reward their work ethic. We're asking again, direct the city manager to extend the bonus to them or look them in the eye tonight and tell them that why they're not deserving of it or their coworkers are. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Holly Osborne and then Wayne Craig.
Can I get this? Can we get this electronically? Would that be possible?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Redondo Council members. My name is Holly Osborne. I'm in District 5. As some of you know, I have attended a lot of Metro-related meetings, different cities, and the Metro board meetings via Zoom. I also keep an eye on what is happening on the row. An event just happened to which you might not be aware. Construction crews were on the row last week repairing erosion damage that had occurred after the recent rain. This is on the row south of Artesia and north of Grant. The east side of the row there has a very steep embankment with houses sitting at the bottom of that embankment. This erosion effectively brings the freight train tracks closer to the top of embankment, the way rough ocean waves bring houses that are on cliffs in Malibu closer to the ocean. Both Lawndale and Redondo have houses on the east side of the row that are lower than the row itself. In Redondo, the houses are as much as 15 to 20 feet below the row, and erosion was noticed before the recent rains made it even worse. In fact, the row is effectively narrower on the east side because the 50-foot distance from the center of the tracks, it's 50 feet on the west side, but on the east side, it's only about 35 feet, and then there's the embankment, and then the rest of it is down there at the bottom of the embankment. Thus, the east, if Metro tries to put extra tracks in there, there's not enough room. They would be putting them on air. So what they propose to do is fill in the embankment to increase the flat part at the top. And this is going to require a massive retaining wall for those people's houses. Where's my timer?
I have to apologize.
Unlimited time.
It didn't start.
Oh, okay.
So you
All
have
right.
another 45 seconds.
What is distressing about
You have
this?
another 45 seconds.
That none of this issue was in the original presentations back in 2018. And what is ironic about this is that last week, Metro was speaking at the Great Room on Artesia to a Redondo Beach group or business group at the request. The Great Room is right smack next to the row, and construction crews were on the row working at the time of the meeting. I have just mentioned technical problems. There are, of course, all the quality of life issues associated with trains constantly going back as much as 200 times a day. Please continue to take a firm, united stand against the row option. And I made these remarks to Lawndale last night with a couple variations, and I want to thank the North Redondo Beach Business Association for allowing non-members to listen when they have those great speakers that they do. Thank you.
Thank you. All good. All right, Mr. Wayne Craig.
We should get the timer.
Oh, thank you.
She'll do it. Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Wayne Craig, Redondo Beach resident. I was born here, so I qualify as a long-term Redondo resident. Recently, I questioned why Councilmember MD delayed a second reading to approve our cannabis ordinance on August 2nd. and that it just made no sense to me and a lot of people I spoke to. If it was approved that night, it would have put the ordinance in effect 30 days later on September 2nd. Now, with the upcoming special election, it would also have allowed the city attorney to note in his impartial ballot analysis that Redondo actually has a cannabis ordinance in place. With the vote delayed, City Attorney Webb made it clear that day that his impartial analysis was due that night at midnight, and it must reflect the law at the time, so we could not put it in there. I went back to review the council video because I just had a lot of questions. At the 36-minute mark, MD states it wasn't the right time to approve the ordinance, and I don't see why we should pass this ordinance tonight. MD then made a motion to bring it back on November 1st. This is after the election, saying then it would be passed. That motion was rejected, and then was finally moved to the August 16th meeting when more council members were going to be in place. My question for the council is, who made that determination for council member MD anyway? Was it MD herself? Was it Catalyst Cannabis owner Elliott Lewis, their attorney, their puppet recall candidate, or was it someone else here in City Hall? I don't know. But MD's no vote could undermine all the work the city has put into creating a cannabis ordinance if Measure C passes tomorrow. In the packet provided are screenshots from the Instagram account of Elliott Lewis, owner of Catalyst Cannabis. The post he made is an Easy Reader article that was dated on September 29th, touting how great Measure E was and that the LA County Democrats had endorsed it. There's more to that story, though, because the endorsement was done without consulting any elected official in Redondo Beach. My question to Councilmember MD tonight is, why are you following and liking Lewis's comments on his Instagram as you did on October 6th to this article saying how great Measure E was? The same guy who was trying to control cannabis sales in the city and buy a council seat for $400,000 that we know of so far. None of this makes any sense to me, and it shouldn't to the council either. Unless Councilmember MD, you're going to claim that that's also a fake account as well. My last remaining time, I'd like to remind everyone, the special election is, the due date's tomorrow. Turn in your ballots. We can do better than this. We should not be letting an outside special interest party spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a council seat and to control our cannabis regulations or cannabis ordinance in the city. The amount of money that's spent on this is just ridiculous. It's coming close to what CenterCal spent in the campaign against Measure C, which was $825,000. Thank you again, and please vote.
All right, thank you. Dr. Andrew Lesser, volunteer neighborhood watch block captain. And then after that, I have Joan Irvine. I do not have a number 7, by the way. If you have number 7 over there.
Yeah. Good evening. I was signed up for Zoom, but I felt that I really needed to come down and speak in person. About an hour ago, I checked my P.O. box in Redondo Beach, and it was filled with these disgusting, bogus, misleading flyers that were paid for by some outfit in Los Angeles. I believe it's a cover organization for this Elliott Lewis fellow. It had a tall gentleman and a woman, both dressed in uniforms that were obviously bogus. It said police on them. Didn't say Redondo Beach Police. Didn't have the Redondo Beach patches. It was BS. And just like the previous speaker said, I think I'm begging the people in Redondo Beach, residents and voters, if you haven't voted yet already, please see through this nonsense. The same goes for District 4 recall election. Mr. Obaji has done more for his district. I mean, I live in District 1, but I follow everything that goes on. He is not only dedicated to his district, but he also is dedicated to the city as a whole. He's been a unifying council member, unlike another member or two that are up here who I won't mention by name, but I think everyone knows who we're talking about. So, I mean, I hope the voters see through this BS, all the tons and tons of money that's been spent for this Measure E. There is nothing in Measure E that supports our police, fire, public safety. It's a sham. Our own city attorney analyzed it. There are pledges to donate money to a public school or a park. It's not even enforceable. Please, voters, see through this thinly veiled attempt to take over a council seat and to supersede the carefully drafted cannabis ordinance that our council enacted because the state said you have to, the voters said you have to. And to have Measure E thrown down everybody's throats, it's going to be really sad for Redondo Beach if Mr. Obagi is recalled and/or Measure E passes. And that's all I have to say. I've been a resident for 30 years, and I have never seen such an orchestrated attempt by a money-grabbing, selfish businessman to corrupt this city. So please, if you haven't voted already, vote no on Measure E, vote no on the recall, and if you've already voted no on no, thank you.
All right, thank you. Joan Irvine. After that, no more cards.
Thank you.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Hi, Joan Irvine, District 1. City council members, city staff, city residents, and city residents who are here. First of all, you can see I am no on Measure E. But what I want to do is I want to thank everybody for their support on no on Measure E, and that all the city council representatives and the mayor for their unanimous support. As everybody's been saying, we didn't need Measure E, as we already had our own Redondo Beach cannabis ordinance. And as everybody knows, we in Redondo would prefer local control, and that perhaps actual local residents have a realistic opportunity to qualify for the licenses. Sadly, Long Beach people spent several $100,000 on Measure E, even paying outside people to canvass. You know, I hope you weren't duped by them, because those of us who are no on Measure E, and Redondo residents have been volunteering our time and providing truthful information, which my receipt and file is a more refined version of what I provided you with the last week. And this is what we have been giving out to people. Personally, I have to tell you, I'm really pleased because in so much of the canvassing, it was the baby boomers who were really in support of our local cannabis, and as people have said tonight, these are the baby boomers. We are here, we are the voters in this town, and we want local control. And I'm really excited because a lot of them asked for education. And I'll do a plug for myself. I do cannabis education for seniors. So this is going to give me a fantastic opportunity. So I'm excited about that. As everybody said, please vote by tomorrow night. You know where you have to go vote. If you haven't gotten a ballot, you know you come to City Hall. I hope everybody votes no on Measure E. But either way, know that either way the election goes, there will be cannabis dispensaries in Redondo. And I hope we have an upscale design, and it's an area where the baby boomers feel safe going. And then to switch gears, I want to talk a little bit in 38 seconds about the Halloween in Redondo Beach and Riviera Village is exactly what Redondo is about. It's our Mayberry. It is families coming out to celebrate. You see families all dressed up the same together. You see parents and the kids. It's one of the things that is the charm of our city and one of my favorite events in Riviera Village and Redondo. So please come and enjoy that. And this is what Redondo is about. When you come down to the village and you see that, you will say, this is why we are here in Redondo. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other person want to speak in person?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Leslie Campeggi, Redondo Beach. For anybody who missed Councilmember Lowenstein's community meeting last night on Zoom, please avail yourself of watching the recording and listening to it at the very end after about an hour and a half. It was a wonderfully honest conversation and response to concern from a resident who mentioned a odd digital news piece that took his words out of character and out of context after an hour interview and gave him like a 30-second spiel in that digital video that has been circulating social media in Redondo, portraying Councilmember Lowenstein to be somebody who he is most definitely not. So I hope you have that on YouTube or available, or have it on your Facebook page, your council Facebook page, so people can take a look at that and really see what it's all about. Secondly, no on Measure E, no on the recall. They were both funded by a special interest, deep pockets, out-of-town cannabis retailer who wants to have a monopoly and control in our city and set an example to dissuade others in other cities from challenging him. Not only is it Measure E here in Redondo Beach, it's Measure M in Hermosa, it's Measure MB in Manhattan Beach, and the only reason it's no longer on the El Segundo ballot is the person that they got to submit the citizens initiative, which it wasn't, left the city, so they had to pull it from contention. So this is a person who has spent well over $1 million in the beach cities to control us, to dictate to us, to define our laws, to usurp our elections, and shame, shame, shame on the people who facilitated that, allowed that to happen, and got on board with it. It's okay to dislike a council person. It's okay to do a free and fair recall locally with local people, but not one that was 100% funded by somebody from outside our city trying to dictate to us who we are, what we do, and how our laws should be made and enforced. No on E, no on the recall. For those of you who have voted for such, thank you. And there's still a little more than 24 hours left to turn in your ballots. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in person would like to come down and speak? All right, Zoom comments.
First is Leslie Campaghi.
Hello, this is Candace Nafisi. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Just also echoing what a few other fellow Redondo residents have shared, don't forget to turn in your ballot. Also encouraging everyone to do a no on Measure E vote, and also encouraging everyone to do a no on the recall vote as well. We're so fortunate to have Councilmember Obaji, and he's been the most effective member that we've had for District 4 in quite some time. Also, just wanted to also share with folks that tomorrow on the Metro agenda, the Green Line extension will be there. And we are hoping that the city of Redondo Beach will join in on the call and voice their no on the row option, and really voice Redondo's support for the Hawthorne option. Residents can't fight this alone. And so we're looking to our city for some direction as well as some advocacy efforts. So we would appreciate if one of the 5 of you could do it. And if one of the 5 of you can't do it, is there someone else who can possibly sit in on that call and make a statement? I think it's so important to continuously come out and tell Metro that we are against the option of being on the row. And then the third thing I just wanted to share is just also a reminder that Barrel is having their annual trunk or treat event, and we're looking for different auction items. So if there's any small businesses out there that would like to donate an auction item to our trunk or treat event that we'll have on October 29th, please contact Candace Nafisi, and my phone number is 310-245-5871. And we'll also be sliming our brand new principal there, as well as our old retired principal, Karen Moore. So this event is open to not only the Barrel students community, but also the surrounding community. So just want to encourage others to come. It's October 29th. Hope to see you guys there.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes. Keith Diggs.
Hello, my name is Keith Diggs. I work for YEMB Law. Sounds like there's a lot about Measure E, but I have something different to talk about. Over the weekend, there was a comment made on national TV by one of the council members of this city to the effect that if people can't afford a home in Redondo Beach, then too bad if somebody wants to build affordable housing for them and they should live inland. Let me tell you about living inland. I lived in Phoenix for the last 7 years. Don't cry for me, but I'm an 8th-year attorney and I'm doing about as well as any millennial can. This spring, I got priced out of Phoenix because California has been exporting its housing shortage all across America. My rent went up 30%, and now I live in a succession of sheds in spare bedrooms on owner-occupied Airbnbs because that is the only way I can afford to live anywhere west of the Mississippi. The median home price in Redondo Beach is $1.5 million. That's about 19 times my salary. YIMBY Law pays me about a teacher's salary. And I know there was some contention earlier tonight that you're not paying your own employees enough. Where do you expect your employees to live if you're going to oppose an affordable housing development in your own community? Last point I want to make, we are in a climate crisis. I have lived inland. When you live inland, it gets up into the triple digits quite often. You have to have air conditioning, and you also tend to work in faraway jurisdictions and pollute the climate with your car. People who work in Redondo Beach would not have to drive cars and emit greenhouse gases if they could live there. So I please ask you, as we move in to the housing element cycle and try to see massive housing built, don't prevent other people from building housing on their property. If you have a home in Redondo Beach, you can keep it, but don't tell anybody else not to build there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
We have no one else on Zoom, but we do have an e-comment submitted by Barbara Epstein, thanking those of you who have been helping move the city forward with renewing the waterfront. Thanking those who have been supporting parkland projects. Great cities have great parks. We residents appreciate the work that goes into running a city. Thank you. With public comment on non-agenda items.
Okay. Well, we're 2 minutes. Anyone else want to come down one last time? Going once? There you go. Come on, we need a full 30 minutes of time here.
I'll take a couple. Gary Riddick, District 5. Mike, I obviously am yes for the recall, but I can't vote for that because I don't live in District 4. I really came down though because this is my yellow envelope. I came down to see Eleanor today, and I told her I am not going to submit this if I have to sign it. I'm only here to make a statement about that because in this country and in this state, they won't let us use voter ID, but you expect me to put my name and my signature on an envelope. Here in Redondo, it's not so bad because it's local, but statewide, I would never send an envelope with my signature on it in this day and age. I just don't want somebody capturing my signature and my name and address. It's ridiculous. I voted by mail once. I put a piece of paper over this and taped it on. I wouldn't let them see it. So that's what I have to say about that. I don't vote where I have to sign a paper on the outside of the envelope. I think it's wrong. I think it's invasion. Privacy, I think, is subjugation. So that's what I think. And actually, if we didn't, all these people, none of them mentioned the $200,000 this election is causing us. If you guys have $200,000 to hold a special election, why don't you give us a polling booth where I could go and vote in person and I wouldn't have to sign that envelope, That's it.
Okay. Done on my shoes.
Dark in here.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Can somebody mute Miss
Can someone
Nafisi,
mute?
please?
Yeah.
There we go, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so that's 6:54 p.m. right on the nose. We are moving onwards to our next item. Thank you guys very much for partaking. So this is item N1. This is Economic Waterfront Development. Greg Kapovich with our discussion and annual report from the Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Board.
Thank you. Yeah, just a quick introduction to our next presenter. The Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Board was formed in 2018, and tonight we'll be presenting its annual report. It's going to highlight accomplishments from 2022 and plans for 2023. The board works throughout the year to create a strategic plan to supplement marketing efforts of the individual hotel members. To start the presentation, I'd like to introduce Rebecca Elder, Chair of the Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Board.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you, Council. I'm pleased to be here tonight to share some of our accomplishments of Redondo Beach tourism from last year and our strategic plan going forward into next year. And joining me is Daniel Martin, President of Palucci Selling and Martin Communication Arts. That's the marketing company that we've retained. So without further ado, I'd like to take a look at the budget. What you have on the screen here is our actualized budget for 21-22. You can see the total budget for Redondo Beach tourism was just over $1 million, $1,012,000. In that, $818,000 went towards sales and marketing. We had $49,000 in contingency reserve to fund long-term projects and $144,000 in administration and ops. Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism operates on a fiscal year, so our fiscal year starts on September 1st and ends on August 31st. So that's where you see the delayed remittance. If there was, let's say, the assessment amount that was collected for July and August, but not actually given to Redondo Beach Tourism, that would be the delayed remittance there. Within collections, that is the assessment revenue during that fiscal year. So you can see we collected $638,000, which was impressive. We were not certain what to expect after the pandemic, and so we had anticipated $425,000 and came in at $638,000. For fiscal year 22-23, we have our projections. So we're anticipating $700,000 in collection revenue, which will be a 10% increase. Total budget will be approximately $1.2 million for 22-23. And as you see here on the screen, 87% of the funds that are remitted to the Redondo Beach Tour and Travel are used directly for sales and marketing for Redondo Beach hotels. So that's driving people to come and stay at our hotels and contributing transient occupancy tax. Next up, I wanted to provide a little information about the market. What you see here is a comparison for the annual performance from a 5-year history as well as a forecast. So the last year that we were untouched from the pandemic as a hospitality industry was 2019. So you'll note here that in 2019, we had a RevPAR of $144. And that's a metric that hospitality folks use to measure the revenue per available room. So it just allows us to normalize between sizes of hotels and whether a hotel has a lot of rooms or a lot of rate. So 144 is a normalized year. And you are seeing that Los Angeles isn't going to return to pre-pandemic levels until 2023. We saw some areas rebounding faster. San Diego, for example, achieved their pre-pandemic levels in 2021. So the rebound for Los Angeles is a little bit slower, but we are on target to, as a market, achieve that metric by 2023. Additionally, I wanted to highlight that this organization, which is CBRE, and it's widely used by the hoteliers to provide industry data, breaks Los Angeles into 15 submarkets and just geographically based. So we are called Manhattan Hermosa, wish that said Redondo, but we are in the Manhattan Hermosa submarket profile. And it's important to note that we're number 5 out of all the 15 submarkets. So Redondo Beach Tour and Travel has contributed to that by aiding the hotels in increasing the profile of Redondo Beach and bringing more guests on the websites and through the OTAs to book into Redondo. So the submarkets that are ahead of us are Hollywood, Beverly Hills, downtown LA, LAX, and so Redondo Beach is right in there among some of the 5, and we're doing 109% of what some of these top tier markets do, keeping in mind that a Beverly Hills Hollywood would have over, a couple $1 million in their tourism accounts, where we are, certainly at about 1.2. So next I'd like to bring up Daniel to discuss some of our successes and strategic plan going forward.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, council members. Thank you, staff, for all the help getting this prepared. As noted, our assessment fees and budget that we were working with this past fiscal year was $638,000. That is a 70% increase from the fiscal year 2021. Most of that decrease in 2021 was essentially a shutdown of funds due to the pandemic and, a real hold in the travel and tourism industry. We really thought through our approach to outreach this past year and really wanted to offset and approach it from a perspective of what can we do to support overall placemaking for Redondo Beach within a larger Southern California, Los Angeles market, as well as what can we do that we know the hotels are not doing. So for example, most of the hotels bid on keywords that relate to Redondo Beach. They're all fighting for kind of the Redondo Beach visitor. Our job and our role has been to take Redondo Beach's name outside of that. So the 2 to 3 hour drive market, as well as Western United States travelers. So our primary importance is to move between Google search in Marina del Rey, Long Beach, other areas, Facebook, retargeting ad campaigns through Instagram, YouTube, social influencers, programmatic, Expedia, strategic ad buys within the Los Angeles region, and events and partnerships. So that's a quick sort of snapshot of where a variety of the funds went in conjunction with about 5 million impressions that were served through digital advertising and social media efforts. The critical effort for us is in relationship, was there a question?
Quick question, who are you using for as your social media influencer?
We're going to show that. So we had 3 different social media trips this last season.
As long as it's not Elliot Lewis. He's been doing a lot of videos in Redondo Beach.
No.
And the South Bay.
We're safe there. Our goal is to specifically move heads to beds, allow people to evaluate hotel opportunities, look at comparing rates, either book it directly through our Redondo Beach tourism site, or in a better sense, move them directly to the hotels. So in this particular case, you can see the number of people that were moved to individual hotel sites from Redondo Beach Tourism, as well as the 1,299 carts and comparing rates that were done directly on Redondo Beach. Now, oftentimes the rates that we offer through the Redondo Beach website aren't in comparison to what maybe the hotel may be doing or might be offered from booking travel engines. So our emphasis isn't so much on direct booking on Redondo Beach Tourism, it's moving them directly into the hotels, allowing for comparable rates and what I'll call placemaking. So placemaking for us is...
By the way, that was a phenomenal photo, by the way, you just showed.
Really nice.
That is an absolutely gorgeous photo.
Well, the nice part is, as it relates to any of the photography and video that you guys see here, you own it.
Thank you very much.
All Redondo Beach tourism assets, all of the intellectual property is shot and owned by your team through our offices. So, for example, this is our new campaign for this last year, the Center of All Things SoCal. Our emphasis is really on establishing an identity for Redondo Beach within a very high-profile, lucrative travel market, which is Southern California. So what we've often done is look to intercept that travel market from the standpoint of them looking for hotels that are near SoFi, looking for hotels that are near Disneyland, and then emphasize the merits and attributes of the Redondo Beach experience in conjunction with the hotels that are available. So what you're looking at is the website in a screen grab, and you can kind of sense the totality of balancing what we have in Redondo Beach in conjunction with what you can do and experience beyond that. There's a set of about 5 different individualized landing pages. For example, right now we're running ads in the Phoenix market for the upcoming Rams game, in which people are looking for hotels from Phoenix to come to the Rams game. And they come to this landing page specifically geared towards sporting events. We do the same thing for elements tied to amusement parks. We do the same thing tied to conventions or business travel in Los Angeles market, all looking to intercept and saying, if you're coming to this region, Redondo Beach is the place for you to stay. These are some of the ads that you would see in conjunction with it. These are social examples. YouTube, Center of All Things Los Angeles, Redondo Beach Tourism. One of the critical areas of our ad buying strategy is also related to what is Expedia's sort of regional travel option. We run about $66,000 of investment in Expedia on an annual basis. In this particular case, you can see last year's effort produced $2.3 million in total revenue directly through Expedia bookings, average daily rate of $230 a night. This is one of the most tactical, important elements that we do. These are people looking for travel in Los Angeles, and we have dedicated pages for Redondo Beach and its hotels through Expedia. While we don't always want to emphasize, we'll call it booking engine travel as the #1 priority, It is a part of the recipe that we go through. In addition, we have really emphasized our organic social media. Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism is up to almost 7.5 thousand followers. In conjunction, we recently launched a TikTok page that's also sort of geared to sort of more of the millennial travel. Our video assets really do well there, and they get shared at a high rate. In conjunction with our social media efforts, these were the paid social media influencer trips, Yellow Productions, Life Hack LA, Alley & Co. What we did is bring out different demographics and market groups, have them experience amenities within the Redondo Beach area. We set them up in restaurants with different travel and tourism operators, from fishing to kayaking within the harbor area, move them over to the Redondo Beach Riviera, have them experience the totality of it, while also experiencing the easy access to other Los Angeles locales. We're going on our third year in a row supporting the Beach Life effort. So we are a sponsor of Beach Life through Redondo Beach Tourism, social impressions, e-cards, ticket giveaways, all done under the Redondo Beach Tourism name. I can kind of quickly hit this point. Our assessment for the coming year, $700,000, 10% increase from fiscal year 2022. This year's top priorities are we will continue to develop this center of all things Southern California. The next set of landing pages will be around LAX travel, stayover travel, people in the travel industry, pilots, hotels, all of those things are sort of at the forefront. And then we're going to start a whole foodie traveler. If you're a foodie, you love food, Redondo Beach is the place to stay, to eat, and experience all of sort of the best of the culinary arts around. We'll also expand our campaigns. It's kind of a fun time in marketing because people are out of the house. They're not just on their phones. So we'll be moving to some more outdoor elements that are tied to airports and strategic digital out-of-home efforts, as well as some connected television. Again, this idea of continued positioning and emphasis around travelers engaged with SoFi. We think SoFi is an international entity, and Redondo Beach's close proximity is something that you'll see it. El Segundo is fighting for those eyeballs. Torrance is actively fighting for those eyeballs, but we're very convinced, specifically with the North Campus hotels, that SoFi's relationship with Redondo will be a big winner for us. Influencer work, emphasis on season and holiday travel, and in good time it eventually happened, but we are seeing the return to corporate business, convention, and group travel. So we're going to continue to develop positioning on that front.
All right. That it? Thank you. It's been
it was 20 minutes last year, so.
So listen, I went through this beforehand and read everything. I read through the whole staff report. I just want to say how proud I am that I was here from the beginning, from where you guys came from. And like you said, we own all the media and the stock. We're looking for the media and stock. It's been a long road, and you guys have done, I think, an excellent job. And I love that the numbers that you have in here for the return on investment, the numbers that you give, it gives us a real bona fide point in time, right? Only question I have is, what are you hearing or thinking about in terms of this alleged and supposed possible slowdown in the economy next year? Possible, if there is.
It's difficult to say. What we're contending with really first and foremost is, can we get the LA back to pre-COVID levels? And so the challenge with any of the slowdowns and even in the recovery is like the convention and group business and what fills. So we're lucky here in Redondo that we have a lot of the leisure, so people want to come. If they get a chance to come to Redondo, they're going to jump at it. So, and we also have a lot of high transient that want to come during the summertime. So it's hard to say. I mean, you could see a little bit of rate softening as a result of that, but luckily there's only so many beach hotels in the summer, so we benefit from that.
Okay. And I saw your work with Beach Life Festival, so that's kind of cool. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's brought a lot of notoriety to the area, so I think it's important to get the name out there. And although they have a big local attendance, that's also what feeds our local hotels is LA. So getting that exposure is important.
Okay, awesome. Hold on. Councilmember Lowenstein.
I was going to actually ask you guys about Beach Life, the impact it's had on TOT, but I want to echo what Councilmember Nair and I, both of you have done a really great job. I'm super happy of the work that is there. You've got KPIs in there. You've got really good segmentation of your market. You're using social media incredibly wisely. I love the imaging. I mean, it's really great. Well, you guys both deserve a lot of credit for this, and it's come so far since, what was it, 2017, 2018?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, after a pandemic, I mean, you both have a lot to be proud of. You've done I mean, I probably could speak for everybody up here. It's phenomenal. We're very happy with the TOT that you guys are helping us bring in. I was going to ask you about the recession as well, too. So are there any other challenges that you guys see? Is there anything we can do to support you? Because, you guys have done great by us. So anything?
No, we appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for investing in the city and ensuring that we have a safe city that people want to come and visit and fun activities that we can promote. Those things are really important. And the uniqueness, and, we've mentioned the catch line of, classic California instant local, and that's what we do here. And I think it really resonates. So thank you.
Yeah, I think just that sentiment that the residents are part of this experience, that the entire community makes for it, from the leisure and dining all the way through, that's the experience people talk about after they leave Redondo Beach. It's not just in the hotel room, it's outside in the community, and the community makes such a huge difference in that effort.
Actually, let me ask you something now that I think about it. I know hotel rates have come back to some degree. One of the things I've noticed regarding travel is the cost of rental cars and the cost of Lyft and Uber have gone way up. Is that impacting people visiting here from, say, LAX or other places like that? I know we're not that far, but how do people get to the hotels? And do they use a taxi? Do they rent cars? Is car rental an issue these days?
We see everything. We see folks that are lifting in. We do get a lot of drive market for all these local hotels. So in many cases, it's LA County or Riverside County that's coming to Los Angeles. So we do see a lot of cars. But if folks are coming from LAX, they are coming from they are coming via rental car or they are coming via Lyft. So I think, what's most important to us is just getting those guests here in the first place, right? We're competing against a Santa Monica and a Hollywood where everybody knows and wants to stay maybe downtown. So we're really seeking that market share to try to get people here. But I haven't seen a significant impact yet. It's not like Hawaii where folks just couldn't get rental cars and you had U-Hauls or anything like that.
It's been a real challenge in a lot of places. And I think it's coming back to some degree, but just today I was looking at rental cars and just astounded at the rates, $80, $90 a day. And it's really impacting. Do you see more people coming from Long Beach Airport as well, too? I know that's becoming more of a transportation hub, like Southwest just flying in and out of there as well, too.
I haven't seen it specifically. We can look into it and circle back with if some of the other hotels have seen. I think we're usually pretty close to LAX or we have that drive market.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Heidi, I want to reiterate what they said. You guys have done impressive work. The last time you guys appeared actually spawned a discussion about rebranding the city, which we're endeavoring to do and is part of our strategic plan. One thing that occurred to me while you're describing kind of how the marketing is going is let's make sure we stay away from exclusive and let's go towards inclusive, that we're an inclusive community. Because if you go to our beach actually and our pier on the weekend, you see that we are a very inclusive community that welcomes the greater LA area. And the media is unfortunately pitching us the opposite way. But question on Councilmember Lowenstein's along those lines of his question, would it ever make sense to get a shuttle program from LAX to the Redondo Beach area hotels at some point? I guess if we got to that level of activity from LA or from LAX, or that would undermine, I guess, the hotel's parking fees.
Not necessarily undermine the hotel's parking fees because so many of the guests that come in want to have a rental car and what our goal is to bring in guests that are experiencing the greater Los Angeles. So if you're going to go to a Disneyland or a SoFi, you would want to have a rental car. So I think there could be shuttle opportunities. I don't know if LAX is the way that we might want to do it. If you did something within Redondo to take, North Redondo campus all the way down and take people to Riviera Village and back or to the beach and back, that might be something that would be beneficial because that's what Manhattan Beach does. So there's some benefit and there's cross marketing there where they're bringing folks that are staying at the hotels into the malls and into different areas to spend money within the city. So I think there is an opportunity for that. And then any funds that are available to help establish Redondo Beach or establish marketing within SoFi Stadium, it's very expensive. So any funds that are available for that we can give the ROI.
Cool. And then one other thing I heard of was something called, I guess, Resort Pass. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. That basically gives people who live around hotels the ability to go use the hotel facilities and the like. Since Redondo Beach is so pool pool poor. I wonder if during the low occupancy times, if that's a program, I haven't actually looked at Resort Pass to see whether any of the Redondo Beach hotels are on there, whether that's something that, would be mutually beneficial both for the hotels and the community to take advantage of their facilities for the residents.
Yeah, there are hotels that do take advantage of Resort Pass. So currently on our board, it's representatives from all the different hotels. And so we have our monthly board meetings and the hotels are there who can submit ideas such as, if they wanted a reimbursement for a Resort Pass, or do we want Redondo Beach Tourism to fund a third night free? For example, our next meeting, we're discussing adding an Expedia campaign. So those are all the feedback that we want to get from the resorts. But I do know at least 2 of the resorts participate in Resort Pass.
Cool. Thanks, that's it.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
So anecdotally, I was over at R10 and I ran into 2 couples that were from England that were coming to visit, and I thought that was kind of unusual. But they were, what they were doing is they were coming in on a cruise, and so from San Pedro. So that was, I thought was an interesting, that they came all the way out here. But I guess if they wanted the beach and they kind of wanted that beach and they came a few days early to go on there, they were about to go get on that cruise. So that wasn't one that you guys were focusing on, but just a thought.
It's helpful.
Yeah, because San Pedro itself doesn't have very good beaches.
I mean, I think generally the idea is anyone arriving to Southern California through plane, boat, car, the intercept for us is looking at what hotel options they would sort of be looking at. So certainly the cruise line and overstay through a cruise is something we haven't addressed, but I think could be an interesting way to kind of look at how to approach the search element of that.
I thought so too. So that'd be great. Yeah, so echo it. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
I like how you guys cap your admin fees. That's good.
Oh, yeah.
So, all right. Thank you very much. Public comment. Is there anyone from the public in person that would like to comment on this item?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Wayne Craig, resident of Redondo Beach. I wanted to comment on this because this has been an issue I've been following very closely, and I want to commend Mrs. Elder, and the reps here for doing a fantastic job. Back in 2017, I think we all want to try to forget that, but back then we had a kind of an absurd contract with the Chamber of Commerce, where they were getting something close to $800,000 a year. And when there came for their contract to be up for renewal, the then majority was trying to push it through, but luckily we did not do that. And this is what we have today. The results are, after this many years, a great effort. I think back then in 2016, I was actually at a resort out in Desert Hot Springs. And I think the extent of what the advertising we did with a company, I understand, that was actually outside of the United States, in Great Britain, that was doing our marketing for our tourism in the city. Those little postcards you see at the lobby of a hotel saying, "Visit Redondo Beach." Like I'm going to drive from Palm Springs to come to Redondo. That's the kind of stuff that we used to have. And I think it's, unfortunate, but when you look at I was looking at an article the other day on the bank statements from the Chamber of Commerce back then. In their balance, which is reported because they're a 501(c)(3), they stated that in 2017, they had a bank balance of about $1.4 million in their bank account. Guess what it is right now? About $500,000. So one has to ask, where was all that money going? And I guess we should also ask the question is, we don't know, because the reporting cycle that was required by the Chamber of Commerce to the city never really gave any detail. In fact, our city manager said, "Oh, well, didn't get it." The treasurer of the chamber never provided that information, nor was it asked. So I'm so happy to see we have a very robust and very professional and very amazing plan to help the city. And I want to, again, I've commented before, and I want to thank Rebecca Elder for doing an awesome job with this. You've done a great work with the city, and I look forward to seeing more reports like this. I know we're coming up some tough times, but I think with the plans that we're seeing in place, we're going to get through this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in person? Are there any Zoom or e-comments?
No one has raised their hand on Zoom, so I'm going to go ahead and read the e-comments if I may. Okay, first comment is submitted by Christopher Schmidt. On behalf of the sales team at the Portofino Hotel, strongly support the continued work, dedication, and funding of the Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Board. RBT provides direct referral traffic to the hotel, driving reservation sales and awareness of both our hotel and the local community as one of the top tourist destinations in Southern California. The Expedia campaigns that RBT participates in drove direct reservation revenue, which in part drives local tax revenue and career opportunity within the market. We also have participated in several social media influencers to co-promote the Portofino and Redondo Beach, providing great content to share for future social media campaigns. Thank you, RBT, for your hard work and continued support in bringing positive awareness and tourism revenue to Redondo Beach and its business community. Submitted by Robert Cooley. The Portofino Hotel sees Redondo Beach travel and tourism as an integral part of the community due to its commitment of bolstering economic growth, as well as investing in driving new tourism opportunities to Redondo Beach. Submitted by MJ Shamas. Essential for the promotion and marketing of Redondo Beach to the travel and tourism industry. Fully support. And by Raul Escobedo. The Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Board is essential to our community, given their commitment to drive business to Redondo Beach, creating opportunities for the city to generate additional revenue, promoting the continued growth and development of our local communities. Their work has proven they are dedicated to bringing positive awareness to our city, helping out Redondo Beach on the map as a premier destination in Southern California. We fully support the renewal. And from Jeff Ginsburg, I have been on the Riviera Village Association, a business improvement district, for 15 plus years. And for sure, having an organized board is a win-win for everybody. And I have seen how the RBTT has done the same for the hotel industry. So I fully support their renewal too. From Barbara Epstein, I support this effort in helping visitors enjoy our city and have the information they need as travelers. Includes public comment.
The last thing I'm going to say is it'd be great. You guys don't have to stick around for the last item and item N5. You can watch it later on. But as we move forward, our last item is kind of rebranding effort for the city. And as Councilmember Baji talked about, I think it's really important that we work together with you guys to keep a consistent brand throughout and really show, the synergies working together, blending and braiding the funds and energy, and I think works together really well. So thank you guys very much. There's no current motion on the floor. We do need something.
Motion to approve the report of the Redondo Beach Travel Tourism Board for fiscal year 2022-23 in connection with the Redondo Beach Tourism Marketing District.
Second.
And adopt by title only resolution.
And adopt by title only the resolution.
All right, the second. Yes. Any other public comment? Going once, going twice? All in favor? Aye. Anyone against? Nope. All right, moving on. Thank you guys very much.
I'm going to read that title real quick. Adopted by title only, resolution number CC-2210-084, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the report of the Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Board for fiscal year 2022-23 in connection with the Redondo Beach Tourism Marketing District. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that brings us to item number N2, our King Harbor Amenities Plan. Public amenities plan. This started by a motion that I made back, I think, in September of 2019, 2020? Oh, no, 2019? 2019, actually. It was pre-pandemic. And so we got a good quality report here. And I'm sure this was a simple 5-minute report and we'll be done here. So we'll move on from there. I've watched most of the meetings at the Harbor Commission. I walked around. Greg, thank you very much for taking the time to walk me around and chatted. So without further ado, go on forward.
Thank you. We're excited to be here presenting this amenities plan to you. It's a long time coming with a lot of people working extremely hard to make it happen. This policy document represents...
Excuse me, you guys can go to the front here if you want.
It represents the community's planned vision for the waterfront of our future. It does several things. It specifies improved connections and wayfinding. It identifies specific elements within each amenity that the public wants to see incorporated into the designs, like a pool at Seaside Lagoon, dinghy docks within Basin 3, just as a couple of examples. And it sets out an order in which we should pursue these individual projects. So after consideration of this policy document, there would still be individual RFPs that would need to occur before construction actually occurred. Anybody awarded an RFP would look at this amenities plan and see exactly what must be included in the final design concepts, and they would actually be tasked with specifically designing each element. The RFPs would also contain additional public outreach components, sequel analysis, Measure C analysis, and also subject to additional public hearings. So you will see these individual projects come back for considerations over time. What's great about this plan is that it's truly a community-driven plan. SWA has done a terrific job capturing the wishes of our community. The plan was reviewed by a working committee and finally by our Harbor Commission, who spent nearly 6 hours in September reviewing this plan. You'll see in our presentation that overall, the Harbor Commission does recommend that you approve it, but they do have some proposed changes, which we'll highlight in the presentation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our consultant, SWA. We've got Gerald Aquino, who's the principal at SWA, and Valerie Clark, one of our project managers who's been with us the whole time. And they'll be walking you through the plan itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Council. My name is Gerardo Aquino. I am the CEO of SWA, a national planning, landscape architecture, and urban design firm. I'm joined by Val and Ing Yu and a big team back at the office. Tonight, we have the honor to present this 100% draft to you for your approval. And we hope that the contents of this package will really resonate with everyone on the council and with the community. I'm going to provide an initial introduction and project overview, and then I'll hand over to Val, who will go through the primary content of the document. So for my part, I just wanted to start with December 15th, 2021. That was our first community public meeting. It was virtual, but we had some good attendance, and there were a lot of anxious voices, a lot of thoughts about identity. What is this place? We want to keep it local. We don't want anything grandiose. It's been a tough road for us here. It's our time. We want something out of this waterfront. And it was making me anxious, hearing those kind of voices, even though it was virtual. And at the conclusion of that meeting, I was famously quoted in the local paper with what I said back to the community, which is, based on everything we heard, we felt that what we needed to do was create a plan that allowed King Harbor to be the best version of itself. And all that meant was that we would really enhance what is already great about King Harbor and build on it and build an entire amenities plan based on that foundation. And so with that, I think we'll just get into it. So the 6 items that you see on the screen is what we're going to go through, about 20 minutes, maybe less, depending on our rhythm here. The community participation summary will be important, and Val will go through that. And she'll also go through character and connectivity, key interest areas, implementation, and then we'll hand it back over for the Harbor Commission report summary. It takes a village to do these kinds of planning documents, certainly working closely with the city, all the major stakeholders, the Harbor Commission. Anchor QEA is our kind of water-related engineer. Architectural Resources Group took an inventory of some of the existing buildings within the site area. Key in terms of costing is coming, and they provided a very thorough summary of the costs that are projected for this project. And then, of course, Murakawa supporting SWA in our local outreach efforts.
Is that Murakawa like Trisha Murakawa?
Yes.
All right, District 4.
Okay, so what is an amenities plan? Well, it allows people to do things. It's a place, it's an area with a view, a place for gathering, a place to have experiences. And what's key about this plan is to create a framework that holds it all together. So people can move freely through this area safely. There's tons of access for people, for bicyclists, for automobiles, for boats, water activities. And so the big picture there, what are those amenity types? Where are they located? What are the size of them? How are they connected? And of course, how do we create this kind of cohesive vision? So the key areas of interest, which were part of the original RFP and which are listed above here, Moonstone Park, number 1. Number 2 is Seaside Lagoon, which has made some progress in terms of moving forward. 3 is the small boat launch. 4 is the short pier, which was the former sports fishing pier. 5, the international boardwalk. 6, the public boat launch, and 7, the dinghy docks. Additional amenities below those items include the public boat storage, public restrooms, and flexible open spaces for dining and market hall. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Val and allow Val to go through a majority of the content.
Great, thank you. So this process has been going on for over a year now. We kicked it off with our first phase, which was a lot of in-person pop-up meetings. So this was at the end of the pandemic, so we were able to go to the beach on the pier and talk to people in person. We then had our first community meeting, which incorporated an online survey. As we went into phase 2, we incorporated the results of the online survey and solicited more feedback so we could have a better understanding. We also had additional pop-ups and then had our online survey. We did decide to launch a second survey because we felt like we still needed some information to understand how people are utilizing the space. By the time we got to phase 3, we had synthesized all that data and we're sharing it with the community for our third and final meeting, which was in May. So that leads us to where we are today in phase 4, where we have prepped and we're now presenting the 100% draft for approval. With our community outreach, we had a multi-pronged approach for this. As you can see, our first meeting was online. We then launched our survey and had over 600 respondents, whether it was online or during the actual meeting. During phase 2, we still had that online as well. And we launched our second survey and had over 700 respondents. We were able to use both of those surveys to move forward into phase 3, where we were lucky enough to have that in person in the council chambers here today. So that during that time, for the next 3 months, we were drafting the document. The actual process, we received a lot of written responses, so we took all that data, synthesized it to understand what do people want to see here, what does the community need? And then we explored different concepts, we brought those to the meetings, and people were able to vote on which concepts they preferred, and then we refined the plans. So I'll jump into the framework of the amenities plan. I really wanted to highlight the community, what they envision of this space. And it goes back to, we heard early on that the community wanted to see more of a vision, more of an identity to each of these spaces within the harbor. They felt that that's what it was lacking. So we had identified these character zones early on to understand how we could develop each of these spaces and develop different design guidelines. So a character zone is something that we're identifying by the program and the amenities within that space. And so each of these zones has specific design guidelines moving forward. As RFP process moves forward, they can follow those design guidelines. So the different character zones, the first is a harbor hub. This is the Seaside Lagoon, the hand launch, sport fishing pier. This is really that new civic space, the heart of the harbor. As soon as you enter, you see this space. It's people friendly, it's tactile, and it's really vibrant. Adjacent to that is the educational space. So that also vibrant, but it's something that connects to the harbor hub as a key arm. Then we move to the coastal space. This is primarily marine related. It's the public boat launch, it's the existing boat hoist. And then we move to the commercial space. So this is primarily international boardwalk and the dinghy docks. So this is also an active, vibrant place to shop, dine and stroll. And we want to really reactivate this as a gateway into the harbor. The natural space is all the way up north. This is with Moonstone Park. So this is more the passive open space experience. And then throughout the entire space, you're seeing that yellow line, that's the waterfront promenade. We really want to highlight that as a key amenity. So with the overall connectivity, we heard from a lot of the residents in the community, they oftentimes get lost through the space if they don't frequent here. They find themselves walking through the parking lot. It doesn't seem very connected. They wanted to feel like each of these amenities were stronger in their connection and where they're located. So our goals for the overall connectivity was to make sure that the promenade was consistent, so you can walk from the Horseshoe Pier all the way up to the Strand. We wanted to make sure that the interior paths were connected, so you were able to find yourself on a path and felt safe. There are improved pedestrian and bicycle pathways from Harbor Drive into the promenade. And then more spaces for nodes, as we're calling them, waterfront nodes, where there are special instances where amenities meet. And then through all of these, we had incorporated specific design guidelines. And so for the following slides, you'll see this orange box at the bottom. These are what the Harbor Commission recommends. So I'll present the high level of the topic, and then I'll cover the Harbor Commission's recommendations. So for the overall connectivity, the Harbor Commission does support the connectivity plan, subject to inclusion of vehicular access along the waterfront promenade near the hand launch. And I'll go into detail on that when we get to the hand launch page. They do support all of their elements, specifically a separate RFP process to ensure consistent design with the pathways, the bike lanes, and the promenade.
Sorry, can you clarify, what is separate RFP, separate and aside from what?
In addition to this, so it would go into detail on the specific materials and furniture that are getting placed. So we give general guidelines, it would be more detailed.
Thank you.
So within the pedestrian paths, this includes the waterfront promenade. This is very iconic. This is integral into the development of the harbor. So with that, we want to make sure that's highlighted. And then we have those interior paths. So really highlighting those with a different materiality. So it's not just the parking lot asphalt that you're walking through. We want to make sure that there's safety separation between the bike lanes. A lot of residents voiced concern over feeling that the bikes, they felt it was dangerous to have interaction with the bicycles that are going by. So you want to make sure that there's split between those two. And then the connectivity between Seaside Lagoon, the Educational Center, and the hand launch. We want to make sure that's really highlighted. Again, that's the Harbor Hub, that's the Civic Center. So that needs to be highlighted. So the Harbor Commission recommendations, they do support all elements, specifically that connection at Seaside Lagoon and how it's connected to the Harbor Hub. And then these waterfront nodes, these are along the waterfront promenade. These are locations where amenities are grouped to help define a more active space. So at each of these locations, we go into more detail in the plan, but it could be places where there's seating, accent paving, more vibrant planting, some educational opportunities, interactive signage. It's a place that you know you can stop along the waterfront, relax, and view out. So the Harbor Commission does support the proposed elements of the waterfront nodes. For the bicycle connections, we are proposing a King Harbor Loop, again, to ensure the safety of those who are walking through the harbor as well as those who are bicycling through the harbor. So this would allow you to start from the bottom at the Horseshoe Pier along Harbor Drive and then move all the way up to Marina Way. We're also showing those circles. Those are proposed bike hubs. So these are locations to dismount, bike racks, maybe a potential maintenance station. So those are locations that are throughout the harbor that are the hubs.
Yeah. Mayor Protem, can I ask questions as we go along?
Yeah, go for it.
So maybe this is too granular, but how does what you are proposing reduce the anxiety that people have about crossing driveways on the bike?
By organizing a specific path, people are aware of where they can drive or ride their bike. So it helps ensure that people know where bikes are going to be instead of a bike that's driving through or riding through a parking lot.
Well, so like right now, there's a bike lane that's painted a certain color. It goes in front of the driveway. When people are, for the restaurants, Cheesecake Factory, Shade Hotel, so when people go into those driveways, sometimes I guess the bikers are concerned that the drivers aren't looking for the bi-directional bike traffic.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw that on the other slide, you do plan to make the, I guess, northbound traffic go on the opposite side of the street. Is that the plan?
On this plan, no.
You haven't? On an earlier slide, I guess, where we had the bike path. I thought, oh yeah, here.
Oh, sorry, no,
that's
that's maintaining the Harbor Drive bike path. It'll remain where it's at.
Okay, so both lanes on the, I guess, west side of the street.
West side, yes, those will remain as is.
Okay, so is there any change to the intersection of the bike lanes and the, no, okay, all right, thanks, that's it.
Yeah, it's just drawn to the right of that, but they're both located west. With that, we are introducing, the only bike lane currently is along Harbor Drive. So we're proposing to have Class 2 bike lanes along Portofino Way and what we're calling Moldy Entry Drive. So that will allow, it'll be a class 2 bike lane it's similar to what is on an international boardwalk, but it's not a separated lane so that you can share it with the cars and vehicles, but it is colored paving. Class 3 bike lanes, those are just sharrows. So it's just insinuating where you should be riding your bike, but it's not necessarily a lane. So that's to, again, alert drivers who might be in the parking lot or along Marina Way that there could be bikes traveling through that space. And so Harbor Commission does support those proposed elements of the bike connections. So now we'll move into those key interest areas that Gerardo had mentioned. And overall, the Harbor Commission does support the proposed program elements as they were based on community feedback as well as the working group feedback. So we do have staff requesting review and consideration from City Council for yourselves. So we'll start off with Seaside Lagoon. So Seaside Lagoon, what we heard from the community early on, some people, it was very mixed. Some people have never been here. Some have no desire to. Some have been going here their entire lives. So we had a range of reviews of people who utilize Seaside Lagoon. What we did hear, though, was that there were goals to keep this accessible year-round, different ways to make this space available and not just for the peak seasons. We did hear that multi-generational was important. So it wasn't just catered to children, it was also catered to adults. We did hear, again, that Harbor Hub connectivity, wanting to make the space connected throughout the promenade and make it a civic center. And then flexibility on the Great Lawn, so continuing to have some of the great events that occur throughout the year, like Beach Life Festival, Smacktoberfest, the car shows, making sure that those remain. We are showing a direct path to the ocean front that bifurcates the Seaside Lagoon and its existing footprint, so that gets you directly to the hand launch. And then we're showing a refined fence boundary, so that encapsulates the open Great Lawn as well as Seaside Lagoon. And that's something that can be configurable with the RFP process that comes in the future. Again, a flexibility for events, and then redevelopment of Rubies and On the Rocks. So these can draw people into this space. So the goal here is that you have this open lawn. It's now accessible for everyone. You have, again, Seaside Lagoon, but now incorporating an Olympic pool. This could be heated year-round, and it can also support coastal activities like learning how to dive or learning how to kayak or swimming lessons. So it's not just a pool, as we heard earlier. This is something that's very needed in the community, but it can serve as a coastal function as well. So the Harbor Commission does support this concept. They do support a Seaside Lagoon subcommittee to assist with the RFP selection process and Measure C compliance that's currently out. And they do agree that the Great Lawn should be fenced in with Seaside Lagoon during the peak times. When it's not the peak months, it could be opened up to the public. Next, we'll move into the Educational Center. So this is adjacent to the Seaside Lagoon, and it's the current Joe's Crab Shack. So this would be an experience that's interactive for both children and adults and could drive in local traffic as well as tourism. This would celebrate ocean-centered marine education and preservation. So there's many opportunities of what could actually go here, and it's located right on the water, so it can interact with that as well. So overall, the Harbor Commission does support, especially the connectivity of the education zone and how that connects with the Seaside Lagoon and the hand launch. Moving into the hand launch. So what we had heard from the community is that they really want to see a zero depth entry. So not just what is there today, but an option to use zero depth entry. They want to see ADA access as well as an ADA gangway so they can offer this for those who need that. We are showing a floating dock and a low freeboard dock, so that gives an opportunity for those who are using paddle crafts to enter the water. We're showing a slip for Harbor Patrol, so that's for safety measures that they can park at the hand launch. We're also showing a public restroom located at number 11 and a potential for a craft washdown station with the existing shower. What we're showing is a pedestrian-only path and due to safety and to really prioritize those who are walking along the harbor, specifically along the harbor promenade. So with that, if someone needs to bring a larger craft, they can utilize a cart rental program that's located at the number 10, several locations throughout, and that they could return it at the entrance of the hand launch. And then, of course, there's a sandy beach for staging, so it creates more room to utilize staging, not for loitering, and safety signage for those who are using this hand launch. So the Harbor Commission They do recommend, instead of a pedestrian-only promenade in this location, they do recommend a permanent vehicular access to be incorporated to the design so that those who are using crafts can trailer them into the hand launch. And they do also recommend eliminating the cart rental program, which is part of the vehicular access incorporation. They also recommend that the boat slip is not just for the harbor patrol, but it's open for all users. And so we'll touch back on that at the summary slide at the end. So the short pier, this is what we are calling short pier, previously sport fishing pier. So what we heard throughout the community is everyone really loved Polly's and that opportunity and that experience. So we want to remake that experience and revive this space as a place for cafes and restaurants and dock and dine. So now introducing number 5, that would be guest docks for those who are coming from out of town or locals. They could utilize a guest dock. We're also showing tables and step seating throughout. We're showing a lawn at the edge of the pier so people can lay out a blanket and relax. We are saying that fishing is not recommended or not allowed because of the interaction with restaurant goers. We want to maintain that along Horseshoe Pier, so this would not be for fishing. And that's why we were recommending the renaming from Sport Fishing Pier to Short Pier, what it was previously in the past. And then with rebuilding the pier, as it has to be rebuilt, we are showing or recommending to environmentally sensitive materials. So the Harbor Commission does recommend the designs that we're listing, specifically the restaurants, the outdoor seating, different viewing areas, the opportunity for dock and dine. It could be paddlecraft or large and small boats. They do not support utilizing the artificial turf or a lawn at the edge of the pier and recommend removing that. For Moonstone Park, within the surveys, and again with speaking with the community at the different pop-ups.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yes.
So they don't want artificial turf, but they don't want lawn either?
Yes.
What do they want?
It would just be open pier. So just complete removal of lawn.
Oh, just on the pier, not
Yes.
everywhere
Oh,
else?
yes.
Okay, sorry.
Just
All
on
right,
sport
all right,
fishing pier.
sorry.
Yes. With Moonstone Park, again, with the surveys and the community outreach, we heard a lot of people that didn't even know this place existed. But we do know some people that recognize this as one of the gems of the harbor, and it's a special place to go out and enjoy and watch the outrigger clubs. So what we're showing here is a deck overlook over the riprap, so that gives a chance to people to view the outriggers as they're launching into the water. We're showing upgraded park amenities with seating that is more stable and different opportunities just to the north. We are also expanding the outrigger space with a flexible space. This was something that the community expressed need for more space for the outriggers and for launching. So that was finding the line between the open lawn and the outrigger club. We felt that this was a great amount of space for them to continue operating. We're also showing that helicopter landing clearance that is part of the requirement of 110 feet clearance, and a public restroom that could be utilized with both toilets and showers. So we do recommend to revisit parking too, along with the development here, to understand if there's opportunities for permits, free parking. That was something that was brought up by the community. And also wasn't included in our development, but something that we recommend to look forward in the future is sea level rise and how there's different mitigation efforts along Basin 2 or potential of raising that so we can help mitigate the sea level rise in the future. So the Harbor Commission does support the elements identified within Moonstone Park. Moving into the public boat launch, this is something I think we can all agree is something very long overdue and needed in the harbor. We had looked at different moles, and with A and B, it wouldn't fit with the requirements for Measure C. And so Mole D was the preferred location, and that's something that we had launched in a lot of the surveys to get feedback from. The layout that you're seeing here does follow the layout and design guidelines for boat launching facilities by the California Department of Parks and Rec. It's also Measure C compliant. So that does incorporate things like a turning circle for the trailers. We're showing striped pedestrian crossing, so it's very visible and understanding when people are moving through that there's boats being launched. We're showing three different queuing lanes to launch and 2 different washdown lanes. And then once you're exiting from the water, we're showing an egress space, as well as something that has been voiced by the community is to can maintain the existing boat hoist. We're showing both of those on there, and circulation to those would still be accessible. So the Harbor Commission does support elements of the public boat launch, specifically the washdown area, maintaining the existing boat hoist, and boat trailer queuing lanes. In terms of the entrance, we're showing that off of Beryl Street with a dedicated boat queuing lane that goes through the Seaside Lagoon parking lot. This would ensure that there's not traffic building up on Harbor Drive, especially during those peak months when people are launching their boats. We're also showing drive aisles within the parking lot, so there's easy access in and out. And then we're showing exit from Moldy Entrance Drive out back into Harbor Drive. But of course, with the implementation of this in the future, you would need to do an additional traffic study to understand the parking lot and how to finalize the circulation. So the Harbor Commission does support the proposed connectivity for the public boat launch. Moving into the dinghy docks. What we heard from the community is that they just want more and more. We had proposed 2 or 3 different locations and wanted to hear feedback on which was the best. And what we heard was, can we keep them all and add more? So that's what we're showing is all of these 3 locations are proposed. One being an expansion of the existing excursion launch near the new skate park. We're showing number 2, that is a proposed boat launch or proposed dinghy dock near the proposed boat launch. And then at number 3, we're showing potential at one of the northernmost slips within Basin 3. So you have direct connection to the International Boardwalk and the shops. So our goal here is to show how the dinghy docks can access the shops and restaurants. They would be ADA accessible. And then with further consideration, not just within Basin 3, but also locating them within all basins in the harbor if it increased public access to amenities. So the Harbor Commission does support the proposed location, specifically the idea that dinghy docks should be incorporated within each basin within the harbor. Moving into International Boardwalk. Many people had expressed that they really enjoyed the character, the local character and charm of International Boardwalk. They didn't want to see a large overhaul of the space, rather just major improvements. As we know, some things are not in great shape, so an opportunity to improve and upgrade things like the pathway, the seawall, materiality. So to make this more a vibrant space and make sure it's connecting back to Horseshoe Pier, so one continuous loop. We're also showing that the upper deck and lower boardwalk, those could be really exciting opportunities for people to sit, to gather, and enjoy the restaurants. And that this also jives with the upper deck dining program that's currently out there as well. At the top, we're also showing a separated bike path, which there currently is a bike path, but making that more emphasized with paving or planting so that there's a clear separation. So the Harbor Commission does support the connectivity here within the commercial zone, as well as the design elements proposed, but specifically the redesign of the seawall, which we had within the report looked at different opportunities of the seawall, whether it's low, medium, or high effort. So there's opportunity and pricing for each of those. But regardless, that with the seawall implementation, it should take into consideration the views and wind protection within the harbor. And this is that section showing that the seawall, which we're proposing or showing as one of the main elements, is a cantilevered wall. So it does increase your space along the waterfront path, so you're not encroaching on that, but it's also raised, so it helps with the king tides that occur throughout the year. Moving into boat storage. The community highlighted both that they acknowledge the need for it, but there is lack of space. So there's a lot of mixed reviews on dry boat storage and whether it was a requirement or what they would like to see. So what we wanted to do is identify potential locations for future consideration. So we're showing several throughout Mulsea and Moldy as potential locations that are flexible depending on the market demand. And we also were recommending to look at the harbor as well as off-site potential for future boat storage. We also locate some considerations for the operation of this, the height restrictions, management, things like fencing and operating and how this would work as part of the parameters moving forward. So the Harbor Commission does support the proposed approach, specifically that dry boat storage should be operated by a private entity as opposed to the city. and that to make sure the views are maintained if we do incorporate stacked storage, specifically at location 3. The Harbor Commission and does support these locations, but prefers location 3, given its proximity to the boat launch. And as well as the Harbor Commission does support a subcommittee tasked to review these locations in future RFPs. With the Flex open space dining and market hall, we're showing 3 different locations. 1 and 2 were more towards Flex open space dining. As these spaces develop, they could be temporary spaces. And then option 3 is a market hall location that could connect to the existing buildings and be adjacent to the International Boardwalk. So the Harbor Commission does prefer location number 3, and the staff recommends keeping all 3 of these locations for the future consideration, but emphasizing location number 3 as a market hall. So moving into implementation. So within the plan, we cover funding, phasing, cost estimates. It's really in-depth opportunity to look at the framework and to make sure that we're providing a clear direction to the city on funding, phasing, and advancing this moving forward. So we have this phasing diagram that's shown on the screen. This helps to prioritize individual projects and what phase they should be occurring and which should be built first. Sure. So we're showing short-term, mid-term, and long-term, and we'll cover those more in the next slides. But the Harbor Commission does support the action plan as stated for the implementation. For the short term, this is the first 5 years. We currently have, or the city has received a grant to renovate Seaside Lagoon. So the process is occurring to select a firm to proceed with the adoption of the amenities plan and proceed with Seaside Lagoon. So within the short term also, we're looking at a parking study of the harbor to identify demands and assess parking management strategies. So with all this new program, it's important to continue to evaluate parking and the demands and the spaces that are allotted for each of those amenities. The RFP for a uniform design of the promenade, as I mentioned earlier, for the pathways, wayfinding, and bike paths. Along with the short term, there's also an RFP to construct new pedestrian paths, bike lanes, and bike racks that were identified earlier. We're showing existing restroom renovations, specifically along the International Boardwalk. Wi-Fi upgrades throughout the site, an RFP for the design of Moonstone Park, an RFP for the upper deck dining renovation at International Boardwalk, continue assessment of dry boat storage, and then continuing partnerships to improve the educational facility at Joe's Crab Shack, Ruby's, and On the Rocks. So the Harbor Commission does support the short-term phasing plan. In the midterm phasing, which is about 6 to 10 years, we're showing continued assessment of existing parking garages. So looking not just on the site, but adjacent at the parking garages. We're showing completion of the waterfront promenade once the boat launch and Seaside Lagoon have been constructed. So making that connection once those are both completed. An RFP and design and redevelopment of the hand launch. An RFP for design and redevelopment of the short pier or previously sport fishing pier. A development of the dinghy docks. Continued dry boat storage assessment, and then continued evaluation of the parking strategies, again, as more program gets implemented. So the Harbor Commission does support the action plan for midterm. And then finally, with long-term phasing, which is about 11 to 20 years, we're showing continued Redondo Beach Pier repair efforts, more understanding of climate resiliency and implementation, sea level rise implementation, continued dry boat storage assessment, and then continued evaluation of the parking strategies throughout the harbor. So the Harbor Commission does support the long-term phasing as stated. So I'm going to pass this back to Greg to wrap up the summary slide.
If you have a question, you can.
Sure. On the Seaside Lagoon portion where it says aquatic features, Seaside Lagoon should consider introducing a new Olympic-sized pool that's 50 meters long, 25 meters wide. And it goes on to a compelling advocacy or explanation of why. Does that basically do away with, oh, I'm looking at this picture. Okay, so you'd keep the lagoon portion, but you just add this pool, is what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay.
Slight reduction.
But that said, everything's fresh water.
Well, that is part of the RFP process and the implementation strategy for that. So that is not stated specifically in the plan.
Right. Just make sure it's not
I think maybe the better phrase would be everything's a closed loop system. So whether or not we have,
Ocean water, right?
well, it won't be ocean water likely, but whether or not it's salt water of some type or some variation thereof, it would be a closed loop system. There would be no discharge in either of these aquatic amenities.
Or intake, for that matter.
Correct.
Cool. Is there space for that? I mean, would you shrink the lagoon from its current size, or you just keep it the current size and you just add a pool there?
The way we're showing it, it is shrunk, so you can fit that and encroaching a little bit on Joe Crabshack property line so that we can fit that. But that again is part of the RFP process. We're here just stating what amenities to be included, but the actual size would need to be further developed.
Where's mechanical equipment? I'm sorry, it says 14 mechanical equipment.
Yeah, that was something that was recommended by the Harbor Commission or the Working Committee, excuse me, to incorporate space for mechanical equipment for events that happen throughout the year.
Okay, what about the mechanical equipment for the water park? I don't see, we're going to require some sort of a building structure somewhere, but that's to be part of the RFP process, I would think.
I would say that's a little more granular here. I think I think the purpose of 14 as an example is to just remind everybody that we should be proactively thinking about event adaptation and making sure that we've got the ground infrastructure to accommodate.
Okay. All right, anything else?
No.
So that does wrap up our presentation. We're going to have one extra slide at the very end here. There's going to be two boxes. One box is going to just summarize all of Harbor Commission's recommendations, and that's under your purview tonight, obviously. And then the second box is just kind of what action you can take tonight. You can approve the document pursuant to all the Harbor Commission's recommendations, or some of them. You could further edit above and beyond what the Harbor Commission has recommended. Or if you feel like you're running out of time and you've got other things to talk about tonight, we can continue this to a future meeting as well.
And before you begin your deliberations and further questions, I do want to make a few comments. And one, I want to thank SWA for all their hard work. And two, I want to recognize a couple of staff members who have been really hard at work on this particular issue for a couple of years. First, Lori Koike, who is in our waterfront department, has served as our interim director for a short period of time and really along with Elizabeth House, kind of got this process kicked out. Randy Forbes was instrumental in that as well, a big part of the team. And then Greg, big thank you to Greg for coming on board and really sort of taking the reins here and seeing this thing through to tonight's discussion. So a lot of hard work. This is really a very critical document for us going forward in the waterfront. But a couple of things I want to make sure we emphasize. One, this is a starting point. This is a planning document. We have to be careful not to get too granular as we talk about it. Each one of these amenities ultimately is going to have to go through a final design exercise, and it will likely change some of the components that are part of it, as well as we talk about final materials and amenities and recreational enhancements, it will likely force us to make some decisions within that space as to what we can truly accommodate, right? You just heard a little discussion on the size and scope of a Olympic pool vis-a-vis a similar size lagoon. We probably can't accommodate both structures, but when we come back with the final design, we'll be able to talk with more specifics. So all of this is a planning document, but it really does set for us, I think, the chessboard going forward as it relates to our public amenities. Our charge tonight is to determine is this the sort of general layout that we as a community want to begin to work on? And then we need ultimately from you some direction on what we want to prioritize and how we want to allocate our resources. We can't do all of these at once. I want to make very clear, I think you all know that. We cannot begin to design Moonstone Park, the educational facility, Seaside Lagoon, and the boat ramp. We can't do them all at once. We can't. We're going to have to make some choices. We're going to have to prioritize our efforts. You already know Seaside Lagoon is moving forward. We are nearing bringing a recommendation to you on the final design firm that will ultimately inform that build. We know that's a priority. We are on borrowed time at the lagoon. We are soon to be without an NPDES permit for that facility. We have some real decisions to make there. We also know that the boat launch ramp is really the cornerstone effort as it pertains to Measure C and our local LCP. And one of the first amenities we need to install and implement before we begin moving forward with any kind of significant co-located commercial activity in the space. So also another facility that's going to need some immediate attention. So after that, we're going to need to hear from all of you as to what we think is priority and how we want to spend our fairly limited resources. So as Greg said, we don't have to make final decisions tonight. We can push this if you want to spend more time deliberating. Big shout out to the working group and the Harbor Commission for all of their attention to this. They've spent a lot of time and energy in forming this document. We welcome their recommendations. I think they're all strong suggestions. We have no concern with you approving and adding to the plan in any way any one of their 6 key suggestions here. So just note that. And we're looking forward to getting to work, but you need to take whatever time you think is necessary to help inform our prioritization of efforts. So thank you, and we're here to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you. You know, when I started this, when I made this motion back in August, September of 2019, I didn't envision this large of a request. And it's just to give everyone kind of a thought process here. This is roughly over $100 million with public upgrades, public amenities upgrades.
106.
106, 107, right in there. And it's all within the coastal zone. A lot of it's pretty much almost all of it is in the state area where the state's required to be part of it, or in charge of it, I should say.
Yeah, original jurisdiction. Most of it is in the original jurisdiction. Some components of it aren't, but ironically, International Boardwalk is not, but
it may
probably should be.
It might be soon enough, depending on certain things go through. You know, I know we chose you guys during the pandemic. I remember having the Zoom meeting, talking to you guys. So that was cool. And I have a question on we have the Beach Life Festival, and one of the things that I've seen Hermosa do is have summer, movies and events on weekends. How much of a discussion was there regarding having a stage, a semi-permanent stage, at least areas that was electrical hookup and the like?
Yeah, that's a great question. We had, especially within the Great Lawn, we had shown in some iterations a permanent stage opportunity, but we had heard a lot of feedback that each event requires different elements as part of their show or performance. So a permanent stage might not work for every event. So it's best to leave that open so that people can create their own experience and bring their own stage and develop it how they need to.
Okay.
If I could add to that too, that there was a reaction to providing the necessary electrical and lighting that could accommodate flexibility for various events from concerts to weddings. Having that in place instead of actual stages would be more beneficial.
So really the mobility aspect, or the ability to move from different locations for customize each individual.
Yeah, exactly.
Fully customized.
And again, something I think we can explore in final design with more specificity.
Hand launch ramp is a big discussion. I know the Harbor Commission talked a little bit about whether or not vehicle access to the hand launch ramp to drop off equipment. Where did they end up landing on that? Did they asked for an edit to be able to have a road to go through, correct?
Yeah, they're recommending that, and I think the one point that we want to make, and it might be worth bringing up one of those aerials in the presentation if we can. The one thing we can't do, and everybody I think understands this, is we can't do the drive in and back out.
Right.
That's not a safe vehicle and pedestrian experience. So we're to do this, we're going to have to create a drive point of entry and then a drive point of exit, right? Effectively a one-way loop. And I think to do that, for us to implement that suggestion would be to bring vehicles in, I believe, between the Joe's Crab Shack site and the Seaside Lagoon border, have them wrap through, just south and west of the lagoon, and then out at that, I think what we're calling it, the Moldy Drive entry, or what?
Right, just
entry drive.
Just near on the rocks over there.
Yeah, unnamed road at this point. So that's, we can accommodate it. We've looked at it carefully. We think there is room to do that, but it has to be one way in and one way out.
Right.
It cannot be back in.
In one lane.
And one lane.
One lane, right. So there was a comment made regarding CEQA analysis, further CEQA analysis on parts of this project. Other parts that we already have a large CEQA document in here. It's been mostly certified. And do we have to, I mean, what do we change here? What do we need to reanalyze or analyze anew? Is there?
I think our general, we're going to begin to evaluate components of this project, I think, on a specific basis. For the most part, we're talking about public amenities here. We're not adding commercial space that is increasing capacity and development space. We're going to have to make sure we have adequate parking for our various recreational uses. But I don't think we plan to provide a comprehensive CEQA analysis of the full plan. I think we will evaluate impacts as we begin to execute each phase of these different installations.
So to me, the way I look at this when we organize what is important, not important, is we got to have that CEQA aspect of it. But yes, the coastal dependent activities such as boat launch ramp go first, design the parking or required parking, and then start drawing out from there. And like I said, Moonstone Park is not that important. It's important, but not that important. And then there was a comment made at the very beginning, if all we get out of this is the location of the boat launch ramp.
We've been successful, absolutely. But I think to that point specifically, one of the recommendations for implementation of the boat launch ramp is part of that initial design phase, I believe, includes vehicle and parking studies that would be specific to the use of the facility. We would analyze those from an environmental impact standpoint.
What was the amount of comments? You said it was a good amount of comments back. It was more than normal, same as a normal amount of comments, level of comments, type of comments. Was it above and beyond what you or below?
With regards to just in general?
Just in general.
Yeah, I think we well exceeded our expectations with the comments with, over 600, 700 feedback responses. I think that was really great. And we continue to just receive comments via email and just many different social media, many different outlets. So I think we saw a really successful amount of comments and outreach as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of comments that kind of get into granularity that I could make, but I think it's really not something we should probably get into tonight. There's definitely things that I find, as it relates to circulation or traffic and whatnot. And I'll reserve those comments for, the future as we go forward. But I think in general, could you go to that last page that shows the two recommendations? I think, what we should be just approving tonight is this foundational policy document, right? Which was kind of how you outlaid it. And so, what is important to me is maintaining a certain level of flexibility overall throughout each of the different nodes and areas. And so some of the, Harbor Commission recommendations, I don't necessarily agree with, like about allowing cars to get in and out to the hand launch, because you're creating a pedestrian area there. But, I'm not going to absolutely outright say no. If I would prefer that any motion made tonight consider the recommendations, but not necessarily outright approve them, because I feel like as we get into the specific areas in the future, that there's going to be further discussion. There's going to be further community input. And there's just going to be things that we haven't considered or thought of. When you do the boat launch, you're going to have to do a full-on traffic study. And, so I would prefer we keep this, kind of high level as it is. I think it's a great start. And then allow us to really get into the nitty gritty as we move forward with each of the different sections. That would be my personal recommendation.
Okay. That's it. All right, thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Great job. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you how happy I am with how this turned out. There's so much detail in here. You took the pulse of the community. I think that was really important as compared to a previous project that was proposed down there. It is really built for the community, I think. And so I want to commend you and your team and also staff very much so. I appreciate you involving the community so much. I just have a few comments on a couple things. One is the Seaside Lagoon. I love the idea I've been a champion here for a pool. This city needs one. I know it's hard to believe.
But in your district?
Anywhere. I don't care where it is, but this specifically is great. I think the biggest problem is we love folks coming down from the Seaside Lagoon from everywhere in Los Angeles. We also want more people local as well to be there. And I think this is a way to draw people in. This is a great way of drawing people in. I can't begin to tell you how many people have turned to me and when I go out and walking and talking to people and they say, we'd love a pool in this community. And so I think that's a great way of doing so. It'll be a little bit chilly in the winter months. We know that, and heating does definitely help. A couple more comments related to that. One is, I like the idea of a great lawn. I think it's very cool. A couple concerns I have. One is drought and grass. The second thing is artificial turf has its own drawbacks. And, we all know about that. We can continue on. The other concern I have is if there's nothing that's planned there, it'll be sitting there a lot of days of the week. I could see it being used on the weekend all the time. I could see it as overflow for people in the lagoon, but it is a lot of space and something for us to really consider. I think it's great for perhaps something like beach life, but I have some concerns about it. And we really have to be concerned about programming there because, I can see movie night there. I can see other things, but I can see it also sitting vacant a lot of time. And people would go, well, why is that sitting vacant? Also, I know there was talk about a wave pool. There's a Cadillac plan. I don't know if we want, why is it Cadillac still? I mean, it's such, whatever we want to call it, the Tesla plan, whatever we want to call it.
Rivian plan.
The Rivian plan, right. What's the Lucid plan? That's the really expensive car.
This is not a different meeting.
Right, but we have to do what's within reason financially, I think, and that might be beyond the scope of what we can and can't do. But I think both of those are great. Related to, I took a pulse last night at my community meeting, what people wanted to see, and one of the things they talked about is the promenade. Very much so. And I'm wondering, I know the circulation improvements talk about promenade. I'm wondering if in costing we can separate that out so that we know what the cost of that alone is, because there's a lot to the circulation improvements. I just had somebody tell me that they're concerned about riding their bike, as was mentioned by Councilmember Obaji, along the path on the west side of Harbor Drive. How do we make it so that perhaps we can find a way to have not Sharrows, but a class 2 on the east side? And that's very expensive. I understand that. But, instead of having it 2 bi-directional on the west, having it one direction one way and one direction going north on the other side. So anyway, another thing, the International Boardwalk, I love the idea of the cantilever wall. I think it's great. One of the biggest concerns and complaints I have from the lessees down there is nowhere for anybody to congregate outside of our, if you go back to the drawing, there you go. There's nowhere for people to congregate along the front of the storefronts. And when people spill out, it causes an issue. We have folks saying you can't dine there, or if there's tables, they're so narrow that it can only accommodate 2 people. The cantilever wall is a great way of doing both, preventing the king tides from overflowing as well as providing seating and just a place for people to hang out. I think it's a terrific idea. Moonstone Park is low-hanging fruit. We have the money for that, almost. I think we have like 2.4 million. Right. And the boat launch, I think we've talked about DBW being the ones who would provide grant funding for that. Yeah. My own thought on this is, and I know this is not a decision to be made tonight, but it seems like most people that I've talked to want to see the Seaside Lagoon, the promenade, International Boardwalk as the first items. Moonstone, obviously, for Lana Keela and other folks to make it a really great, and the boat launch. People want to see the boat launch. And that's a lot to cover in 5 years. It's an awful lot to cover in 5 years.
In that order, or is that what they want to get done? I mean, you kind of just named everything.
Well, I didn't name a few things. I didn't name the short pier. I didn't name I think the timeline was actually really well done because everybody would love to see the short pier done or even the dinghy docks done, but that's too much to handle in this. We're already on the path of Seaside Lagoon. We've already talked about revamping the International Boardwalk with storefront improvements and paving. And it's clear that that's an area that's been neglected for the last 2-3 decades. And, the promenade would kind of link everything together for a first phase. So, and you could link it in with, the International Boardwalk as well. So I know that's a lot, but my next question is, where do we go with funding? 10 million from the state?
Yeah,
We need a lot more and a lot of state lands.
I think that ultimately, in some sense, may be what is our biggest constraint to all of the execution. The reason I think Seaside Lagoon and the boat ramp for us are the two that we can really apply energy to is because we have, at least in the Lagoon's case, we have a significant tranche of funding already in hand. And we believe of all the amenities, the one that is most easily funded through state grants, it's likely to be the boat ramp. And we will be, and Greg tomorrow, will be beginning his lobbying effort with DBA officials at the Marine Conference. So we see those facilities as potentially being constructible and having available funding. The promenade is going to be a bigger challenge. That finding funding for that effort, I think, is going to be significant. And when you talk about the entire length of the promenade, that's a really big number. We've tried to, I think, through other engineering efforts, look at what the cost of just doing the seawall improvements and including a elevated seat wall without a cantilever activity on the International Boardwalk. And I think our recent engineering estimates are in excess of $10 million. And that's just for International Boardwalk. Yeah. So, I think we have to be realistic. And I think the good news about the boardwalk is we have short-term funding available to do some of those improvements that you just mentioned, paver stones, as well as painting and some other enhancements. So I think, as much as we want all of these things done, we're going to need to be strategic in what we focus on and what we think we can ultimately finance and construct. And the one thing about the lagoon, and you'll see this when we come to you with our recommended final design firm, we're going to be asking that firm to construct and design for us two options. One that ultimately constructs something like what is described in the plan, the whatever you want to call it, the Ferrari option, or it's something that simply closes our circulation system aquatically and is effectively a refresh of the facility we have today. That's something more affordable in that $10 to $15 million range as opposed to that $30+ million range. And we may just have to recognize that that's what we can afford. So that's not going to be our goal, but we may have to understand that we might have to toggle back to option B. So we need to be pragmatic about this. I hate to pour any cold water on the enthusiasm for what is a really tremendous plan, but we have to manage expectations here. This is not going to be an easy implementation.
Yeah, I know. And it will be very disruptive as well, too. A lot of these things will be disruptive, especially the International Boardwalk part of it. You've got businesses that are conducting business day in and day out. But, for example, for the promenade, we could say, okay, we're going to take it from point A to point B in this period of time. And then phase 2, we're going to take it from this. Once we get funding, we're going to take it from point B to point C. And so everything doesn't have to be done at once, right? Maybe the Seaside Lagoon's the same way. Maybe the International Boardwalk's the same way.
Ideally, if we can construct it in a way where we can do it in phases, that would be ideal and still, have the longer term goal in mind.
Yeah, but, momentum is key in this, and, but I really commend you for doing this, and I would agree with Christian. The devil's in the details. We pretty much, I think, have to look at maybe perhaps approving the document itself, and then from there start drilling down and seeing what we can and can't do financially and physically, how we can do, how long it'll take to do all that. But those are my comments, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. There was a comment you just made regarding the Seaside Lagoon. Waterfront Education Center, grant monies, yeah, okay, I'll go to public comment. Julie Cole. And then
I thought I had my hand up.
Oh, you didn't? All right, hold on. Councilmember Baji.
If we could light up 2B, please. By the way, I noticed one thing is that people watching at home cannot see the screen, cannot see like what we're seeing on our screen. They're just looking at us while we're looking at these beautiful pictures of what the waterfront is. No? I just pulled up on YouTube.
Well, it depends. During the presentation, the camera should be zooming on to the
Okay, but
actual.
once we're sharing up, whatever's up here while we're talking. is
Yeah,
not
once
being
we're deliberating, you're probably getting the broad camera view.
Okay, got it, okay. But yeah, can we share 2B, please? This is kind of like the issue I think I'm having, but this is probably more in the details. This is probably more of a question for Director Saman, but is there no way to put green paint or anything that's signifying over the driveway area that, hey, this is a bike lane? Because I don't think there's much telling the person pulling in or out, watch out for a vehicle, for bicycle traffic, right?
I'll let Ted answer that maybe more specifically, but as I recall from the old design days, we're doing that specifically to alert bicycle riders that they are coming to a point of vehicle drive and they need to be on alert.
Okay.
It's the opposite. You don't want bicyclists at that location to have a false sense of security. You want them to recognize that they are now entering a vehicle drive and that they need to manage their own safety to some degree.
Any studies on that, whether the green paint alerts the drivers or?
There was significant, in designing this multimodal path, Rock Miller, who was our expert on it, there's significant consideration of each of these crossings and how best to support both.
And I guess the same concern goes for the pathway to the hand launch. If you did allow, I empathize with the idea, we can stop sharing, please. If we did allow vehicular access, one-way vehicular access, then it would be right next to a pedestrian walkway, right?
It'd be on it.
It would be on
effectively, yeah. It's effectively a shared space.
And then you'd have to decide whether the pedestrians would go to the left of the cars or the right of the cars. If they went left of the car, somebody unloading to the hand dock would essentially be blocking their path. So you kind of kill the vibe of the pedestrian pathway there with the vehicles. Though I do understand that supposedly it's required by our local coastal plan, or no, maybe not, maybe just access to it. You guys are saying provide carts, rental carts and the like, which seems a lot more cumbersome to get a rental cart to take your boat, your kayak, what have you, to the hand launch. So yeah, we don't need to determine that today, right?
Well, I think you should weigh in on the Harbor Commission's recommendation here and whether or not, as we consider the promenade design and the Seaside Lagoon design, that we are ensuring that there's space for both functions, because it is a different build if it's a pedestrian, exclusively pedestrian area versus a multimodal path that includes vehicular driveway. Just from a safety and design standpoint, things are going to be a little different if that's the case. So I think it's a very important feature. It's one of the more distinct recommendations from the commission. I think that the council needs to deliberate on.
Yeah, and then even if the pedestrian's on the right side of the vehicular, path, then once they get to the point where the vehicle's got to, let's say, hook a right turn to exit, they're going to cut off the pedestrians, right? So.
Yeah, to go to some of the rationale, the hand launch is going to be designed to be ADA accessible. So to require those ADA accessible patrons to use a hand cart to bring down the kayak or the SUP, kind of spit in the face of the intent there. So both in terms of they thought the parking lot was a bit too far away from the hand launch and that ADA accessibility component, they thought it would be best to implement some kind of a vehicle access, whether it be part-time, shared, maybe you increase the width of the area. They didn't get into those details, we can look into it at the RFP stage, but just generally, let's allow vehicle access.
And the state's not going to control our speed limit there, right? If we set it at 5 miles per hour or so?
Yeah, that's going to be on us to manage. I mean, there's no question. And I think the obvious point, I can't say, I'm sure the commission, or certainly members have made it, is we have that condition today. Now, we don't have as vibrant a waterfront promenade in that area as I think we hope to have post-construction from a pedestrian utilization standpoint, but we have cars driving in now, unloading their small launch,
right,
and backing out.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, I know we're thinking of this as in context of sort of the bike lane area and the more I think the more traveled Harbor Drive location, I don't think we're going to have quite that level of conflict between vehicles, pedestrians, and bikes, but it's just something we need to be thinking about and planning for to be as safe as possible.
Well, I would favor the vehicular access, one-way enter and exit over there pursuant to the Harbor Commission's recommendation. And to Councilmember Lowenstein's point, relative to the international boardwalk improvements, we appropriated $900,000 for that during this last budget. Is that something that you need further direction on as far as the prioritization, or is it just in our capital improvements queue?
I think that's a good point and a good question. You know, our existing CIP is still going to be paramount to these efforts, right? We have planned projects, we have planned funding. We are going to begin to execute those as if this plan, I mean, we're going to recognize it in context, but those activities are going to continue and not going to stall as a result of whatever direction we receive today. So we need to continue, you know, to make improvements in the broader waterfront area, which includes the skate park, the parking structure rehabilitation, safety enhancements, et cetera. Those are different elements that are outside this planning effort.
And I think with the exception of Seaside Lagoon, because we already have $10 million from the state with regard to the Seaside Lagoon, I feel like these other projects have to be driven by when can we get the maximum ROI so we can get that money back and now invest in the next project. And the parking structure, as unsexy as that is, seems like the next, the next big thing that we've got to put money into. But do we have an idea of how quickly, or how much we would recover just from the parking structure, not including the other kind of rents that we get there at the boardwalk?
Yeah, I mean, and we didn't get a chance to drill that specific tally for you today, but it's several $1 million a year in annualized parking revenue from those structures. And obviously, all of those spaces are accessible today, so we're collecting that now. But if there was a scenario where we had to close a portion of that off, that's a significant revenue loss for us. And I would also argue that when we build and enhance our
construction, or close it off because of
disrepair or some other safety concern, which is what we're ultimately avoiding. But I would also argue when we enhance these structures through rehabilitation, we see increased utilization.
Right. All right. So with that in mind, I'd say, boardwalk, parking structure, and Seaside Lagoons have got to be our top priorities. I think boat ramps got to follow there closely thereafter, to the extent that there's state grant funds or loan funds available. And I'd put the promenade, though it's kind of like the most awesome, one of the most awesome parts of this. I think it's got to come last, just because it's not going to generate any ROI necessarily anytime soon. And you're going to want things to walk to before you build this really nice walkway, right?
Yeah, and I think to the extent we can, we'll try to probably consider the promenade as we build out different amenities. I mean, the promenade and the boat ramp are going to traverse one another at different points. The lagoon, depending on how that's constructed, and that footprint could conceivably have an impact on that promenade space as well. So I think the beauty of this plan is it allows us to consider all these things in context with one another, with an eye towards the future. And we just have to be smart as we execute them on a project-by-project basis.
And lastly, I'll just reiterate what we've discussed, what I've discussed with the city manager, which is that when it comes to investing in state property, the Tidelands funds and the like, I'd like to see us do it as a loan to the Tidelands funds. If we use our credit as a city to procure a bond to invest $20 million in a Seaside Lagoon or $10 million in the parking structure, that's a loan and that the city get that money back. With that said, it's shocking to me that the state would not have a loan program to loan us money at a low interest rate to develop and rehab its own properties.
Yeah. And we'll be looking into that for sure.
So hopefully we explore that fully as much as possible. And lastly, not to add another project, but if we could have a discussion at some point of a capital fundraise, which we're going to have that at some point.
Yeah, Budget Finance just had a meeting on that.
Okay,
yeah, so that goes to the bond discussion. We did receive.
So I mean, separate aside from bond financing, like the same way that organizations do it from foundations and the like. I was talking to my sister, who's an executive with the Arthur Blank Foundation now, previously with the Annenberg Foundation. She says that when people want to go in on these big projects, they come up with a big capital fundraise. They have different tranches of donors that they're looking for, a $5 million donor, several $1 million donors, et cetera. And that there are, you can Google it. I didn't get to Google it and have the time, but dealing with the recall. But if we Google it, I think we can potentially get somebody who's an expert in this and can help us, let us know how we do a capital fundraise in addition to everything else we're exploring for our waterfront development.
You're really speaking to private giving potentially as another good contributing source here. No, I think it's worthwhile discussion. And certain amenities will lend themselves, I think, more closely to that than others.
All right. So I'd favor adopting it with the Harbor Commission's recommendations.
Councilmember Horvath, did you have a hand up again or no?
I'll go.
Okay. The only thing I'm going to say here real quick is I don't at all, any way, shape, or means, sorry, voters out there, agree with the recommendations to keep the boat hoist in place. If we want to if somebody needs help launching their boat, we should provide that service, that help for service, rather than putting it on a hoist. And the reason why is because a hoist, you're extremely limited in the size and scope of your boat. You can't do a sailboat. You can't do a really heavy boat. If we have a service there, someone's really willing to help you and provide that service for you, it's the dollar for dollar, the value there is far greater with the amount of boats that you can do versus having the hoist. That hoist is extremely hard on maintenance requirements.
What would you do in that space instead that's more worthwhile?
Oh, there's a lot of things you could do with that space. I mean, so for instance, one thing is not in this plan here is we don't really have the layout of the structures. If we're going to demo the Samas location, that leaves us to move around some of the structures in other locations. So there's a lot of opportunity to move some of those structures around and make them bigger and move them around. So to me, that's a different conversation we'll be having later on.
Yeah, I mean, because if to that point, when you look at this plan in the aggregate, it only retains effectively the On the Rocks and Ruby's commercial spaces, but it eliminates the largest commercial space down there, which is the Sambas building, and really doesn't repurpose it. I mean, it really leaves that would be a net loss in commercial space here. So you have the potential to allow eventually, once the amenities plan is settled on, the commercial sector the opportunity to come and make proposals for utilization of space that isn't encumbered by the various recreational amenities. Yeah. So you always have that potential.
Okay, members of the public, Julie, come on down. And then Lee after that.
Well, as others have said, I want to thank everyone who worked on this plan because I know a lot of hours went into it, a lot of discussions, a lot of time, a lot of opinions, a lot of arguments. So I'm happy to see we're at this point. So one of the things when I'm looking at the short-term plan, and I'm going to speak specifically to the educational facility because I am with Waterfront Education. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I think one of the easiest things to tackle would be an educational facility because we can start with programming grants. And I was really disappointed to hear that with Joe's Crab Shack no longer being in the building, that we were not considering that as a community building where we could start doing programming. Programming grants are a part of our everyday fabric. And then as you alluded to, the next thing is starting to look at what does that look like from a construction standpoint. But until just like there was a whole input in what you guys did in this draft plan, same thing has to happen with a building, particularly an educational building. We're one of the few harbors in Southern California that does not have an educational installation. And when I look at educational installations across the state, you have some that are more dynamic than others. And I would not advocate for an aquarium, that's been said before. I would also not advocate for a maritime museum. What I'm suggesting is that we embrace an ocean science center because we really don't have anything like that in Southern California. So when we're looking at something to draw people into the harbor, let's take a look at something that can do it on a family level, but can also do it on an institutional or school district or charter school level as well. So I would like to encourage us to fully embrace Joe's Crab Shack as a community place for nonprofits to start programming. We spent, $750,000. And I'm not a mathematician, but if you take $17,000 a month that is being lost in revenue, that's over 3.5 years. So we can start to program out of that facility and see really what that's going to evolve into. Because right now we don't know what we don't know until we start getting into that building. Not only my organization, but other organizations that teach out of here. And so while you guys are really good at doing city leadership, those of us who do education, we do this every day out of this harbor. So why don't we start to embrace that and say, okay, maybe we're not in there permanently, but maybe it's more of a community setup to start with and start programming out of there. I've already talked to people at the city about starting to program out of the Seaside Lagoon. We'll do what we can there, but the programming dollars are the easy dollars to start with. Then we migrate to the other donors and the private funding and that sort of thing. Thank you for your time. Thank you for everything that you do for the city. I know it's a thankless job at times, but we all really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Lee.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Lee Collar, I'm a King Harbor boater, a Redondo Beach resident. I want to thank, first of all the work that's been done on this. I know it's been hard. I've been to several of the meetings. I sat through a very long Harbor Commission meeting a few weeks ago where they finalized this. I could come here specifically to speak in favor of dry mast up storage in the harbor. Primary purpose of the harbor, as you all know, is for boating. And the one thing we don't have in the harbor right now is mast up storage available to the general public. I note that there is a demand right now for larger slips. The marinas currently cannot replace our smaller slips with larger slips because the Coastal Commission says you need to have so many small slips, probably because there's not any other place to put those boats. If you put in dry storage, now the marinas can go in and pull out some of those unused smaller slips or encourage people in those slips to move into the dry boat storage, and then they can replace those larger slips, which actually generate more revenue for the city. I note that the Coastal Commission, in their same paragraph that talks about a boat ramp, talks about dry boat storage. So I really encourage us to do that. I don't know that the Harbor Commission unanimously supported this. And they want to put together a subcommittee to investigate it, to how to run it. I don't think what was in the presentation was quite accurate as to what they wanted the subcommittee for, but you can go back and look at the minutes for that. I also note that with dry boat storage, you're providing an opportunity for people to come in and start boating. Many people start boating start out small. They don't go and start out with a 44-foot sailboat like I have. They go in and start out with a 20-foot sailboat or a small powerboat or something that they got on a trailer, and if it's right down there in the harbor, that really encourages them to use it. So I would ask you to please step aside. One other comment I want to make on the, just aside, I did note the Sharrows on Mole B. It was mentioned in the Harbor Commission meeting that several Harbor Commissions were concerned with those, that it would give the bicyclists a false sense of safety there. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, anyone else in the public wants to come down and speak? This is, come on up, sir. We're waiting patiently all night long.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Andy Beggs, and some of you already know me, but I'm coming to talk to you today as a board member of the King Harbor Youth Foundation. The Youth Foundation is another one of those educational philanthropic organizations that Julie referenced earlier. We are the organization that teaches youth sailing through the summer camp programs. I'm sure every day in the summer you've seen the multitude of multicolored little 7-foot boats that the kids are out there learning how to sail, but more importantly, learning how to be self-sufficient and really learning how to handle a boat and be responsible. So as a youth foundation, we are operating out of Mole, really at the generosity of King Harbor Yacht Club, but we really are very limited space ourselves. And we would also advocate, as Julie did earlier, for the use of the current Joe's Crab Shack location for educational purposes. And so we support that idea, and I want to make that clear today. The other thing that, as a youth foundation, that I wanted to mention is, you know, a lot of our kids sail the boats that the youth foundation owns, but those are very limited. There's a very small number of boats that we have, and a very small quantity. And there's a number of kids, especially more competitive kids, that are looking to sail more complex boats. And they may even own these boats, but they don't have anywhere to keep them. And so another value of the massed up storage, which really just means being able to store your sailboat without having to detach or drop your mast, just leaving it up, right? That's all that means. If we had that, if we had a place for kids to be able to store their sailboats, then we're going to be able to expand the program, expand the competition, let kids experience different kinds of competitive sailing. So from that standpoint, I strongly advocate, just like the Harbor Commission does as well, that we create massed up storage for small boats. And luckily, you know, the city has literally an ocean of space, paid space, parking space that you can use today for boat storage. And I encourage you to think about that. And by the way, it would also generate revenue from the moment you decide to do that. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your efforts. I appreciate the opportunity to participate.
Just a question of clarification on this dry dock storage. Is it, if you have a boat, a sailboat, and you store it upright without taking off the mast, that means you cannot stack another boat. Like you can't put into a slip and like put another boat on top, right?
Mostly, but actually at the Youth Foundation, because we have such a limited amount of space, we actually have a rack where we store what's called an FJ. It's a 16-foot sailing dinghy, mast up, where we have one row up on top and then a second row of boats that slides halfway underneath so that they're partially on top of one another. Because again, when you're living on borrowed space, you have to get creative. So yes, you're right, but there is a way to create stackable mast up storage.
Assuming you have similarly sized boats.
Yep. And that's an excellent point. In that particular case, this is all of our FJs. Again, the 16-foot high school age, 2-person racing boats.
When do you envision boat storage, the minutia of boat storage will become an issue that we grapple with?
Well, if you follow Harbor Commission's recommendation, that is to have just an ongoing kind of evaluation as these individual RFPs come to the Harbor Commission and eventually you, to have that subcommittee look at the potential of locating dry boat storage, looking at the demand, and just reviewing it piece by piece.
There's got to be a billionaire out there who just loves dry dock upright boat storage, who wants to donate, a couple $1 million to these racks, right?
Land is
Land.
It's the premium.
Got it.
Yeah. The idea is.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, anyone else wants to come down and speak in person? Mark Hansen wants to speak? So did I get your name right?
Mark.
We talked about boats tonight.
He promises not to mention boat storage though.
Right, dry dock upright boat storage, right?
Oh, you dreamer.
I know, you want a lawn tramp on Mulby.
Good evening, City.
It took you a second.
Good evening, City Council, city staff, Mark Hansen, King Harbor boater and proud member of the Harbor Amenities Working Group. I'd like to begin by thanking city staff and our consultants and the whole working group for all their hard work, and a special thanks to the Harbor Commission, including our 6-hour meeting we just did till midnight 30. Lee Collar and I hung in there till the very end. I'm very excited about this whole process. It's been going on for months, and I enthusiastically support all the amenities in here. I'd like to highlight, I'm a strong supporter of the location of the public boat launch ramp at the south end of Moldee. I'm enthusiastic about the placements of the amenities where we've got the short pier serving as a safety buffer between the new boat ramp and the hand launch ramp. And I'm very enthusiastic about the Joe's location being repurposed to a marine educational facility. So most of the stuff I'm very, very enthused about. I want to take just a moment to focus a bit on that dry boat storage issue. I sent you a recommendation in writing today. I do strongly recommend that the City Council direct staff to include 3 dry boat storage areas in the harbor as integral components of the Harbor Public Amenities Plan. One, easy one, paddlecraft at Mole C, the ex-Joe's site, adjacent to a new educational facility. That one's easy. Number 2, hand-launched sailboats on Mole B, adjacent to the outrigger clubs. And number 3, the larger boats at the south end of Mole D, adjacent to a new boat ramp. I will point out that the most recent Harbor Commission minutes reflect a motion to recommend to Council that we preserve space at Mole D and Moonstone Park for potential future massed up dry storage. Somehow that didn't make it into our report tonight. I'll point out that every, and I mean every, previous City Harbor Working Group over the last 22 years has recommended dry boat storage in the harbor. I'll point out that the Coastal Act and the Tidelands Trust direct that increased recreational boating use of coastal waters shall be encouraged by developing dry storage areas. The Coastal Commission could, at any time, just like they did with the boat ramp, order us to put in the dry boat storage. And if they do, it's their land. They can say how much and where. I think we'd be very wise to get in front of this issue and design it ourselves. Dry boat storage would address the last California boating facilities needs assessment, estimating 48,000 to 77,000 added dry boat storage needed over a 20-year period. Storage would also address the known local demand reflected in the waiting list for the private storage in the harbor, where there's a waiting list of 40 boats and 25 paddlecraft, and that's just at one club.
Time, sir.
And can I steal another
Motion
30
to
seconds or so?
Second. Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
And finally, dry storage would address the low-cost recreational access mitigation required by the Coastal Commission when marinas wish to replace smaller slips with larger slips. There are currently over 60 boats on the waiting list for large slips in the King Harbor Marina alone. So again, I recommend that the City Council direct staff to include those 3 dry boat storage areas in the Harbor Public Amenities Plan. And I recommend that you accept the Harbor Commission's recommendation to preserve space at Moldee and Moonstone Park for potential future massed up dry storage. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Hanson, first, thank you for your service on the committee. And where are you recommending that we have dry dock storage?
3 areas: paddlecraft on Mole C, the ex-Joe's Crab Shack location. We know that Julie Call's Waterfront Education already owns a whole bunch of paddlecraft, and it would be very easy for them to roll right down to the hand launch ramp. The second one would be hand launching very small sailboats on Mole B. That was part of the last City Council approved Mole B master plan. So a lot of thought went into that in the past. And the final would be for the larger full-size boats to be at the far south end of Moldee, essentially the Samba area, because that would be right next to a new boat ramp. In the drawings, you saw a little number 2 in the Seaside Lagoon parking lot. Harbor Commission looked briefly at that, but they fairly quickly discarded that in favor of being down at the Moldee Samba Inn, where you'd be right up against the boat ramp.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. All right, next person.
Good evening again, Council and Mayor Pro Tem. Wayne Craig, I'm the president of Rescue Waterfront. I want to say on behalf of our thousands of members in Redondo who continually support us with this effort, that we are really happy we're getting to this point. And, back in 2016, when I joined the support of Mr. Nierenheim and Martin Holmes, who the three of us were the co-sponsors of Measure C, we're happy to see finally getting something to the point where we can actually make this happen. Now, it's been a long road. I know that some of the stuff is still dependent on the ongoing litigation that's preventing us from immediately starting this stuff, or we could have been done with this maybe 4 years ago. But we're really happy to see where we're at. And I know that our group was, and I do appreciate, I wanted to mention to Mr. Wozianski, Lori Koki reached out to me several times to help get people engaged in the process. So when we had any announcements of any harbor amenities plan discussion, I sent it out to about 20,000 Redondo Beach voters to make sure that they participated in that group. And sorry that you were inundated with more feedback than you probably wanted, but I think it's important we involve as many of the public as possible. And it certainly worked a lot better than I heard one crazy comment in one of those saying you should be mailing up 3x5 cards to the whole city, which I thought was incredibly waste of time. The good thing is we're to a point now where we could actually start realizing some of this. It makes sense to do it in phases. And frankly, our membership is very, very happy. And I look forward to more developments on this, and hopefully the council can continue to make this work. And one other thing I was mentioning too, Councilmember Obaji had mentioned, we seem to have, I know I had family that used to work at Toyota, and they love to donate things. In fact, I went to several events that they did down in Dana Point, because they supported what's his name, the artist who did the old mural on the side of the power plant, Wayland. I went to many events that Wyland did over there, and Toyota was a huge sponsor of that center they have in Dana Point. So I don't know, I'm thinking Skechers is a huge, I drive past it every day on my way to my office. They'd be a great philanthropic organization to get involved with it. We have aerospace companies who are around here as well. So I think there's a lot of donors. And the advantage of this is this means that we don't have to pretty much give away our community asset, our public lands, for what we would have had, which would have been a 99-year lease that we would have got a fraction of the money back for most of the time, and we wouldn't own it. It'd pretty much be, well, we technically own it, but we wouldn't be in control to the degree or direct where we want it to go right now, which is like putting in a boat ramp in. Where should it go? Where's the best location? Where's the other options we could put in? So I think there's a lot of large organizations that would be good to reach out to. And I think that more we could do with that, the better. Anyway, again, thank you for your work, and SWA did a great job. I really appreciated the input and meeting with some of the folks from the company and talking at some of the meetings they had in public. They did a really, really good job. Thank you.
All right, anyone else from the public in person would like to come down and speak? Zoom comments or e-comments?
We have several on Zoom. James Light.
Who's that?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Jim Light, I'm here as a harbor commissioner who helped review this thing. First off, as Mike Witzansky pointed out, it's kind of amazing we got to where we got to. This started under Stephen Proud, and then he retired, and then all of a sudden we had this new guy, Greg. But thanks to the efforts of Lori Koecke, who stayed with the project the whole way through, and Elizabeth House, who helped until Greg got more on his feet. This turned out to be very good. Now, it's very kind of arm's length distance with Greg at first, but I want to tell you, having worked with him now for several months, I'm very impressed with Greg. So fine choice for our new director. I do want to caution folks in reading this amenities plan. The whole front section is about the process and a bunch of polls. But, we're responsible here to represent the people of California. And there's a whole lot of people that use that harbor and some of these amenities that weren't represented in those polls. And that's something we have to keep in mind as we go forward. This is not just for Redondo Beach residents. This is for the people of California. And that's the yardstick it'll be measured by the Coastal Commission when they review this. So we have to keep that in mind. Some of the goods, first off, we are putting the amenities before we go designing the retail and commercial and restaurant section. So that's a good. And as someone said, we consider this a success if we got the boat launch ramp placed, which first time in, I've ever heard of that we came to a consensus on where that should be. So that in and itself is a milestone. And we have an education facility that wasn't even foreseen when we started this. So That's some of the best things to me that came out of this. Some of the statements today that were made about the Harbor Commission are misrepresented or not quite what we meant to be translated over to you. But I don't sense that the council has the stomach right now for detailed comments. So I'm going to hit on a couple high items. First, on Seaside Lagoon, I want to point out that the drawing went from having a Great Lawn constantly separated from Seaside Lagoon to making it integrated when Seaside Lagoon is open and open for the Seaside Lagoon usage. I think that's very important, again, to consider those users who aren't necessarily from Redondo, and also to look at it from the perspective of the Coastal Act. To sit there and cut down the size of Seaside Lagoon and make a lawn a separate activity that's segregated from the lagoon would be reducing the usability of the lagoon itself, which has been a long-term attraction. The second, hopefully the council will keep it the way it is.
Motion to extend.
Second.
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Go for it.
Okay, second, thank you very much. The hand launch boat ramp. I think I'm pleased to hear that you're considering pushing forward with vehicle access. It would be a huge mistake to take that away. It's been a long-term, it's been there for decades, and coastal access works. If it has been established for decades, to take it away is a major reduction of the access. And furthermore, the Coastal Act talks about prioritizing water-dependent recreational uses over other uses, and you would be essentially forcing, you would decrease the viability of that facility if you took away the park, the ability to drop off your board. I've been a hand launch boat guy for decades in different states as I went through my Air Force career, and the distance to the ramp is a key consideration for how much these things get used. In fact, that is one of the key design criteria if you look at hand launch boat designs, is the proximity to the drop-off point or to the parking point. And we tried the carts thing with Center Cal, and you saw the pushback we got on that. So that to me is a non-starter. So I'm hoping you will do that.
Finish up real quick.
Okay. The slip was misrepresented. We said take the slip away from the hand launch. It takes up too much space and drives too much cost. The masked up dry storage, I would ask you to approve the subcommittee that the Harbor Commission is recommending, and that is so we can have recommendations ready when you're ready to drop RFPs, especially for that boat ramp, which has to be early on based on Measure C.
Okay. You have much more?
No, I think that
Okay.
that's it. I have a bunch of other nits, but like I said, I don't think you have the stomach for the nits.
We just
tonight.
rewatched the Harbor Commission video.
Yeah. I
6 hours.
To paraphrase what you said, Mr. Light, during the Harbor Commission, you don't want to get into the weeds, but let's talk about the grass, specific type of grass.
Yeah.
It's kind of, yeah.
No, that's it. I thank you for listening to, what the Harbor Commission recommends here.
Thank you, Mr. Light. Really appreciate your comments, your thorough detail with all the emails. I saw the email that you wrote and the comments that you had, so thank you very much. Any other?
Eugene Solomon.
Thank you, members of the council, staff. Great presentation. Thank you, everyone. Anyone at home playing the masked up dry storage drinking game, I'm sorry you can't make it any further in the meeting. Just a reminder to everybody, when you're considering the funding of this, if you are intending to or thinking about utilizing any Tidelands funds, anything over $250,000 would have to go to the State Lands Commission for approval for usage out of the Tidelands Fund. So please keep that in mind if you're in your future planning for how you're looking to fund this. Speaking to Mr. Obaji's point and some of the other points that were made, someone like Trust for Public Lands might be able to find them getting interested in helping supplement some of the needs for a place like Moonstone Park, or maybe a hybrid solution for the waterfront education system. An organization like that might be open to the idea of helping Ms. Cole and some others put together and fund that. I would ask that while we're doing this, for Lanakila and the area around Moonstone Park, if we could firm up some of the agreements that are down there, clarify what the rents are that Lanakila pays. Is there going to be any kind of a short-term or long-term agreement for the additional space that's going to be used down there? I think it's been a long time since any of that was reviewed. I love Lanakila and what they do for the community, but this is one place that we've been lacking in formalizing some of those relationships. Speaking of those relationships, I think it'd be really important incorporating a lot of the King Harbor Association, the Pier and Lease Association down there, and some of the other stakeholders into this process. I'm sure they've been participating as part of the subcommittee, and definitely want to hear what their input is. Last thing I'd say is with regard to the pier, what was the fishing pier, you're calling the short pier. I think it'd be kind of neat if we incorporate or tip our caps to some of our history with regard to that. Maybe a contest to get the community involved or the region involved in naming the pier.
Yep.
If we're not going to use the fishing pier. Something like Paseo de Pescado or something harkening back to the old days that we had back 100 years ago when they had the salt down there. So something like that, nod to our history and getting the community involved in whatever the naming is going to be of that, that item if it gets in. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you again for your help.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Candace Nafisi.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Pro Tem. This is Candace Nafisi. Thank you so much for presenting this plan. All I can think in my heart is thank God we didn't settle for a mall. This plan clearly outlines what myself and other community leaders knew all along, that our residents really wanted a vision that favored recreational activities for this area with immense community input. So thank you to the council members who really requested staff to work on this, and thank you to the staff to putting this in all the time to really develop what we want to see for the waterfront. I too want to echo Julie's point, which was to consider more education programming, grant money to add to this plan. That really will add a whole financial component to this plan. If we can demonstrate that our education center can provide something unique to Southern California, it can serve as a regional attraction and increase TOT dollars due to increased travel to Redondo Beach. I think providing this education programming piece also allows you to draw on corporate and other philanthropic funders that the city would not traditionally be able to tap into. So I'd look to our local corporations that are right here and ask if they want to fund something unique to this plan. Your Skechers, your Body Glove, your Dive and Surf, Beach Life, these companies are incredibly generous in our community, and I believe they would add a very unique element to anything that we decide to put in this plan. Far too often, we're relying on the city to carry the bulk of the city financing, but I know that we can continue to think about how we can blend and braid public and private funding to really fund what we want. So thank you for everything you're doing, and I hope you consider some of the things I shared above. Good night.
Kent Lowell.
Hello, I am a Redondo Beach resident and a homeowner, and I'm very pleased with all of the efforts in studying. And I've interacted with the people doing the studying several times, and I think it's wonderful that the city is spending that much time on it, so thank you very much. So I'm pleased with all of that effort, but tonight's the first time I've heard from the city council. This is the first time I've sat through, and I'm really surprised and, if I'm honest, shocked at the timelines. My particular interest this evening, I've got lots of other comments about pools and whatever, but in terms of dry storage, the comment over and over tonight was ROI. There is no investment for dry storage. It's literally asphalt. It already exists. There's no cost. All these conversations about racks and everything else is secondary. That's follow on after the demand is demonstrated. We could implement dry storage by Monday if we wanted to and use the hoist. There's no investment. So the ROI is 100%. People pay rent. They keep their boat there. They go to the local restaurant to buy food. They buy gas for their outboard. They fix their boats and hire local mechanics. I don't understand why we're talking about 5 years for dry storage. It's shocking. I'm a U.S. Coast Guard Master Certified Captain. I'm a certified American Sailing Association instructor. I'm on the water here 3 to 5 times a week with new students coming to Redondo Beach to sail here. They want to sail here. They want to eat here. They want to be here. They want a boat here. I don't understand a 5-year timeline for dry storage. Don't get it at all. We don't even need to wait for a RAM. I'll stop there unless you want to.
All right, you're good. Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Gail Hazeltine. Oops, sorry. There we go. Sorry.
Gail, are you there? Gail Hazeltine? Did I hear that correctly?
I just asked her to
Okay.
unmute again. Let's see what happens.
Gail Hazeltine, if you're there. Who's up after that?
I have many e-comments to read.
Okay. All right, Gail, if you hear it, just let us know that you're available, and then we'll start on e-comments, and we'll go back to you, Gail.
Okay, first comment. Francie Hope, King Harbor boater, supporting dry boat storage in King Harbor. Hello, I support dry boat storage with easy access to the water, particularly mast-up sailboat storage in King Harbor for the following reasons. 1, the harbor should continue to support water activities, especially boating activities, because it is a recreational harbor. Tenants can live anywhere and come down to the harbor to enjoy all its amenities as well as their enjoyment of the water on their boat. 2, providing dry boat storage allows all people the opportunity to enjoy their type of boating, e.g. fishing, sailing, or cruising for a nominal fee, much less than paying a monthly in-the-water slip fee. 3, small boat sailing provides an opportunity for families with young children and an educational opportunity to learn many skills in a fun, family-friendly environment. Boating teaches responsibility, teamwork, patience, rules of the road, motor skills, respect for other boaters, safety, and more. 4, mast-up storage is very important for sailboats, enabling them to move directly from their storage spot on their trailer to a launch ramp nearby and right into the water. A launch ramp next to the sport fishing pier at the turning basin seems perfect for that, as it offers the most maneuverable wet water area to enter safely and merge into traffic with boats traversing into and out of the harbor. 5, many owners of larger boats learned boating skills when they were young, sailing dinghies, driving inflatables with an outboard, and maneuvering around on the water. We learned skills that we have carried with us throughout our lives and are able to teach these same skills to others. Please provide mast-up dry boat storage at King Harbor for the use of your citizens and for visitors enjoying our lovely harbor. Thank you. Barbara Epstein, my neighbors and I had a preview of the plan at Councilman Lowenstein's community meeting last night and look forward to these improvements in the future. We all thank you for bringing this vision closer to reality. Great cities have great public spaces. Kent Lowell already spoke, so I'm going to skip that comment. Dan Katie Gonzalez, homeowners in Redondo Beach City Council District 2. King Harbor boat owners slip near Moonstone Park. We are opposed to mast-up dry storage in Molby, Moonstone Park. The historical significance of Moonstone Park should be retained. The city and residents would be best served by improving the park. Paving over the area for boat storage would erase the historical significance of the park. Moonstone Park deserves park improvements to allow residents and visitors to enjoy unobstructed waterfront views of sunsets, boating activities, and marine wildlife. Thank you. Christopher Schmidt says, on behalf of the sales team at the Portofino Hotel, oops, I'm done. I apologize.
All right. Gail, are you there? If so, we're going to move on to council comments. Or anyone else in person that wants to speak? Okay.
Hello?
There you go, Gail.
Yay! Sorry, guys, I had my mic off. I love the plan. You guys have done a great job. Good job, Harbor Commission. I wanted to say a great idea where the kayak launch is, the hand launch, that you're going to have the one-way road. And I also wanted to point out that we use that quite a bit, and there really isn't conflict with pedestrians and cars, and it'll be great if they're not backing out. So that was it. It looks really good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other people from live in person? All right. I just want to a lot of things I heard tonight. Is the one thing we have never had in this harbor at any point in time is actually a boat launch ramp. It's actually the most important thing we have to do. It really is the most important thing. Everything circles outside of that and away from that. Once we start building that and going down that path, we can start talking about a lot of other aspects. Seaside Lagoon is a massive draw for the, really state of California as a whole, right? Regional draw. We can program it with state and county funding and many other, like you guys were talking, educational funding areas. Short pier, I know that's just a placeholder, I'm assuming. I myself also thought.
You guys didn't put a lot of thought into that name.
I hope you did. Hope we didn't pay you much for that.
No. And it's even listed in the plan to have a branding contest to get the community involved and the actual name.
Overall, I'm very happy with the plan. Like I said, the only thing I'm not really at all enthused about, I don't want to have at all, is the lift, the boat lift. And I was just looking here and the harbor, we have a boat yard and they've got a lift and they got a rather large lift. We can work something out with them or have a program set up. Somebody needs help, ADA compliant help to get their boat in the water. Marina Del Rey has a far larger area to put their boats in the water. I get the concept with leaving the lift for boat lift there, but it's just not, it requires a lot of money in maintenance and a lot of money to run it. And you're gonna need 2 people, 3 people. You can't do it yourself. So might as well just use those 2, 3 people and use them over at the boat launch ramp. I'll just finish up with saying that I want us tonight to focus in on start moving this plan forward and certain parts of these pieces forward. We're talking about some of the details in terms of how the traffic control kind of goes. And I agree, we're gonna get to that. But I think I like the implementation plan that's in here and start focusing on that and start moving forward on that. There's long timelines in here. There's a lot of money from the state that we can get. And I think sending Greg out to the DBAW meeting tomorrow, start getting the boat launch ramp moving forward. These are things that's going to require state funding, state partners, and we need to focus in with our limited resources on start moving these individual pieces moving forward. I hear you with this massed up dry storage. Totally hear it, totally get it. But that's not really what we're looking for in a public amenity right now. It's not a public amenity. That is a public use. It's a use of a particular piece of land. And it's very, very, very narrowly focused versus a boat launch ramp, a pier, Seaside Lagoon. Moonstone Park, that's kind of a long-term plan too. So I'm happy with the plan that's presented here. The only difference I would make really is the boat lift. So Councilmember Horvath, is your hand still up or did you?
No,
Okay.
it's been up. I'll just respectfully disagree about the dry boat storage. It is an amenity, right? Anything that we do down there that services the watermen and waterwomen is an amenity. It just might not be a priority of yours. Just consider that. But I would make a motion that we approve the plan as drafted with the Harbor Commission info as guiding principles, not necessarily, again, going back to my comment about flexibility, right? The guiding principles that inform this document, along with the comments presented tonight by the educational components and the dry boat storage. That way it kind of wraps in everything that's been discussed tonight, and those will be the guiding principles for this policy document moving forward, and then we can get into granularity on each of them later.
Okay, Councilmember Baji.
A couple things. I also wanted to respond. By the way, when you talk about the lift, the boat lift, Councilmember Naren, Mayor Pro Tem,
yeah,
are you talking about the one that currently exists or a new one that's recommended?
It currently exists. They want to preserve that.
Okay, got it. All right.
Basin 3.
I don't really have, I don't really have a strong opinion one way or another on that, but let me just say, with regard to Joe's Crab Shack, despite the fact that those people are gone, doesn't mean we can go into the building. There's no self-help in California relative to a building. Moreover, if they filed for bankruptcy, which I understand they filed for bankruptcy, then not only do you have to bring an eviction proceeding, actually you can't bring an eviction proceeding, you got to get relief from the bankruptcy court to lift the stay and then bring an eviction proceeding. And then the building needs a lot of work, I understand. So that's one. Two, if you could light me up at 2B, please, Vicky. I just want this to be clear in the record for those requesting the dry dock storage. What they said here at, this 7.8 is 19% of people who responded to their inquiries requested storage for sailboats, dry docks, mast up storage. Okay, this is not something, and then here's the other thing that informs my decision not to, try to put it at Mole D is it says that if you do this type of storage, you should fence and screen it off and so on and so forth. Well, let's look at where it's proposed. The Mole D is down here. I mean, that's kind of like prime location right next to International Boardwalk. Why would you want to put a bunch of storage of boats and then screen them off right there? That does not make a ton of sense to me. So I realize this is important. I realize people need to store their sailboats. I realize that it's important for youth, but a lot more access is going to be given to the greater LA County community, California community, if we don't, screen off that area with a bunch of storage of boats. And just like you don't want to yield up the parking at King Harbor Yacht Club for dry dock storage, we've got to preserve the parking that we do have here. So, sorry, if we could turn this off now, please, Vicky. Go back to the planning commissions, Harbor Commission's recommendations. We get those up.
Yeah. There we go.
I move to adopt the plan with the Harbor Commission's recommendations, changing number 1 to be a one-way ingress egress or vehicular access with one point of ingress and one point of egress. Removal of turf. Short pier is just a placeholder. We move forward with some type of community competition. And that's, and I guess move forward in the order of priorities of Seaside Lagoon, parking structure, boat ramp, boardwalk's already in process on the CIP, and then finally the promenade.
What was 4? I'm sorry. Seaside, parking, boat ramp.
Well, boardwalk's going to proceed at the pace that it's going to proceed pursuant to the CIP. So as soon as they get that going.
I'm a little bit leery about deciding priorities at this stage.
What's that?
I'm a little bit leery about deciding priorities at this stage. It was just presented as a plan tonight, and I think we're gonna have to drill down.
Deciding what at this stage?
Priorities, yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying, and that was just my opinion.
I agree with you in that we don't really have much discretion in the priorities. We know that Seaside Lagoon, there's an RFP out there, so we're gonna get a vendor chosen for that. We have $10 million for that. Parking structure is not something we can kick the can down the road on for too long. We got to start doing those repairs.
And we're doing
So there's not much discretion in that. The boat ramp, like Councilmember Narenheim said, is one of the most important parts of our local coastal plan. So we're going to have to do that. And then the last things are, discretionary that are discretionary are the boardwalk and the promenade. But the boardwalk's just, it needs repairs. The floor is awful. The paint needs to be redone. And we funded that to a tune of $900,000. So we should get on that ASAP. So I feel like the priorities are kind of laid out.
Some of these are organic. I mean, they're going to happen anyway, right?
But maybe after that, after we get some movement on those top 3 things, parking structure, Seaside Lagoon, boardwalk, you come back to us and we reprioritize what's left.
Does that meet with staff's?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's clear from our perspective. It's largely in line with what our thinking is as well. And we think all of those specific projects are critical. I mean, they're just critical to the waterfront. That's how we would likely apply our energy if we left it without some level of direction.
Okay, sounds good.
Did they maintain boat slip at hand launch for all users, not just harbor patrol? There was no harbor patrol there at hand launch.
No, and that's something I think ultimately, I mean, if that's a specific point we want to pull out of here, we can and note that, but that would be addressed during final design for that particular amenity.
That's more of an RFP thing.
Yeah,
Okay, that's what I thought.
specific design element.
I would add, I'll second that motion, Councilmember Obaji, but I would add to take out the eventual removal of the boat lift. They don't have that in here because they were recommending to keep the boat lift.
Do we know its usage?
Hey, yeah, I'm not sure you want to know.
You don't want to know.
Yeah. I mean, we have to keep it in place until we ultimately construct the boat ramp itself.
The eventual removal of the lift after the boat ramp is put into place, correct?
That is absolutely an option. If you wanted to try to find some middle ground here, you could ask us as part of the design of the boat ramp to contemplate at that point whether or not to remove that space. But if it's clear and this council doesn't see the need to have both structures, that's helpful direction for us, and we can plan around that.
Here's why I want to say no to it and just cut it. We got to focus in Harbor Commission and staff on things we can get done, hit some singles. And we're adding more complexity and layers. Like I said, the lift will only do a certain size boat. It won't do sailboats. It's a waste. Thank you.
Hoist. I didn't say lift.
It's a waste. It's a hoist. No, it's a waste. It's a waste of time and money.
So I agree that from a different perspective, that you have a bunch of restaurants, bars, live music, and then you turn that corner, there's a rental place. What was it called? The
Paddle House.
And then you turn that corner and it's a hoist. And that could be something else that kind of makes it more of an enclosure, a town square, if you will, with the water in the middle. And I could see the space being better utilized that way. So
you're next.
I'll agree with you there.
Okay. So would you accept that amendment?
I'll accept that.
Okay.
Eventual removal of the hoist.
Yeah. All right.
Once there is a boat launch.
Got it. Councilmember MD.
So in District 5, I strongly disagree with getting rid of the hoist, because in District 5, that was the one thing that they'd asked for. I have some elderly gentlemen it was his one big ask is to keep the hoist, because it was the only way he could bring his boat down and actually be able to use the harbor. And he said it quite emphatically to keep that hoist. I personally think that Seaside Lagoon, to Councilman Lowenstein's point about Seaside Lagoon being unused most of the time, I think that what you were just saying.
Great Lawn. My concern about the Great Lawn.
Right, Great Lawn, sorry.
Yeah.
Is that if you create some synergy of uses, so the waterfront education in that area, I think would help with the synergy of being able to use the Seaside Lagoon more and have with more creative uses accordingly. So I think that's a priority. Obviously, Seaside Lagoon should be first because you already have some of the funding, but I think the dry boat storage, although I agree with Mr. Lowe's comment that you already have asphalt, you can just do dry boat storage. The problem is without a boat ramp, you have no place to put the boat at. If you just put it in Mold D right now, there's no place to take the boat until you have a boat ramp. I also agree, hang on, it's true, but I actually agree with Mr. Obaji, Councilman Obaji, that I don't like the place number 3 for it. It is the prime view spots for it, and the Harbor Commission mentioned that they want to preserve views from there as well. But that
MLD or
okay.
Yeah. So number 3, I agree, is not a great place for that, for the dry boat storage, which would lend to having the subcommittee, as Mr. Light says, to discuss that further to make that happen. But Seaside Lagoon, I think the waterfront education, and then the subcommittee for the dry boat storage, because by far, I think we would fill that dry boat storage immediately, and it would serve a lot of great community, and I don't want to get rid of the hoist whatsoever. Now, once, no, I'm not going to say that publicly, but once time has passed and the hoist becomes unnecessary, then that would be a welcome thing to take it out, but definitely would not consider removing the hoist a priority whatsoever. And so I agree with Councilman Lowenstein that we don't necessarily want to, it might be too early to put priorities on it, but I think you've heard enough discussion to kind of get an idea of where everybody's head is and on that, and that I would make the substitute motion that with the adoption of the King Harbor plan, that we take all the recommendations, move forward of the short-term, mid-term, and long-term implementation measures, and approve the document pursuant to the recommendations outlined by the Harbor Commission. I agree that some of those things would be an RFP, but that you get the general idea. They put a lot of thought into this Harbor Commission, and I also make sure that it's also included in there is the subcommittee for the dry boat storage, because I do think there's value to the waterfront education. To reiterate, to go with the Seaside Lagoon, and I think dry boat storage is definitely something that's necessary, but I think it would make more sense to be in line when you do the boat ramp, that they go together on that. And I wholly support Jim Light's recommendations about doing the subcommittee on that. So basically, the motion is that we approve the documentation and pursuant the recommend outlined by Harbor Commission, and that would be the motion to just do. I'm not removing, I can't vote to take out the hoist, especially at this point.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. We're the only area around that has a hoist, and the only reason why we have it is because we don't have a ramp. And the thing is, you can't get a larger sized boat. Every boat comes in on a trailer, and it requires two to three people to move it. If you need help getting it in the water, we can have a service bring someone over to help you put it in the water.
As I said, you can talk about that once you put in a boat ramp, once you put all that in, and then you can see what the usage is on the hoist. But the one thing that District 5 people were telling me was they needed that hoist. And so I hear what you're saying about the boat ramp, that, why can't you just turn around and, but it's the one thing they desperately wanted.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Sorry, I imagine they were telling you that when they didn't have a boat launch ramp.
No, it was in the discussion of a boat ramp. They insisted they wanted the hoist as well. That's what they were saying. That was not true. That's exactly what they were saying.
Right. Is there a second on the motion?
No. Okay. Okay, so the hoist came after the fact for a lot of different reasons. We're keeping it in motion that Councilmember Obaji made, keeps it, and I amended, keeps it in place until after the boat launch ramp gets installed. I don't want to get hung up that far on this discussion topic. This is a grand master plan. I want to keep us focused in on getting things done. We're getting way too stuck on the details right now. I'd like to move forward with the plan that we have in place. Right here, it's the document. It took us over a year to create this. It's supposed to be done in the late spring, I want to say, early summer, and we're now in fall. So just by that alone, we didn't expect to have a waterfront education facility. We do now. We're having that in here. The scope has expanded. So rather than keeping expansion of things, I want to just keep us focused in on things. That's why, respectfully, we always come back to it, but I think we should set a stone, a marker in the sand, say we're not going to keep it there. So that's why I would like to move forward with it.
If I can amend my motion that precedes, well, obviously we'll vote on her motion.
No, you can't, because we have a motion on the floor. So
Okay,
we have to vote on her motion first. But I respectfully, I'm going to disagree with that motion.
I didn't have a second.
It wasn't seconded, though.
You did.
Oh, it did?
Horvath did. Yeah, so we have to vote on that motion first. I respectfully will not be voting for that, in favor of that motion.
Okay, so Todd, what about my motion that could sway you on that way?
I'm very hesitant to get into any detail right now.
I'm willing
and
to take
I
out
agree
any
with that.
detail, which
Right.
is what I
So
did.
including dry storage, I see the value of it, but I also, so at this point, I just want to approve this document, then start, as Nils said, hitting singles. But a lot of this, we're going to come back and we're going to have to make decisions as a group anyway. So,
Well, just to be clear, my motion was exactly that.
Yeah.
Approve the document pursuant to the recommendations outlined by the Harbor Commission. That was all my motion said.
and I'm hesitant to decide on a boat hoist right now. I'm hesitant to decide on storage. So if you wanted to amend it.
To my motion? No, well, you're never going to second.
Principles.
Right. And-
Well, isn't that what I'm doing? It just
Call for a vote.
would approve the document pursuant the recommendation
Oh.
outlined by the Harbor Commission. Is that not what you're saying? Am I not
Yeah,
understanding?
do you want to, well, I mean, I'm glad to accept the recommendations, that's fine. At the end of the day, we're going to end up having to drill down into these anyway for an RFP, so.
Agreed, so that isn't that what I'm doing, what you're asking for?
More or less, yeah, I would say, yeah, I would say so. And I guess I'm willing to throw a subcommittee at dry boat storage, even though we're not sure yet whether we can incorporate it or not into a public amenities.
I'm not,
It's just a
Yeah.
recommendation right
Right.
now, and I think I'm fine with at least looking at it and chewing on it, have them chewing on it, so, yeah, I think that's fine.
okay, great.
That's fine.
Councilmember Obaji, do you have any other comments?
No.
Okay, yeah, I won't be voting for that because A, we need laser focus on getting something done. We've been at this for over a year. It's supposed to be done in early June, July at the latest. We're now fall. We need focus on getting things done. The hoist only came as an afterthought in the very end. And again, we've had expansion of this document, and we need to get ourselves back into scope of moving forward. We got $10 million on Seaside Lagoon. We got to spend that within X amount of time, otherwise we lose that money. We got the boat launch ramp coming up. We need to start moving forward, hitting some singles. I don't want to get us distracted with a bunch of other things. The single way pathway, I appreciate. We're going to do that. Councilmember Obaji's notion is in there, but the masked up dry storage, that's going to be at a later time. We can always add that in at a later point in time. So,
Okay, so let me, if I might ask, since I really haven't had a chance to ask staff, can we still do what Nils is asking for and go with the motion that she's suggesting? Because I don't see that with Laura's motion, would that distract what we're doing? And it doesn't seem like that.
Well, I think the difference as I hear the two motions is the first point of distinction, of course, is one specifically says we have no intention of retaining the boat hoist into the future. So we would be effectively planning the boat ramp design, expecting that space is vacated after we construct the ramp. I'm hearing Laura's motion, basically leave it in the longer term planning. So we would design effectively around that amenity. Now, what I will add to that though, what I would add to that though is 3-4 years from now, when we're in that final design approval and CDP stage, that particular council is going to be able to decide what final amenities are ultimately constructed. So a future council has the ability to amend this plan and modify this plan as new facts arise, and certainly new realities are there. So, you have to understand this is just a planning document at this point. That's one distinction. To your point about prioritization, Zane's motion clearly directs certain amenities as focal points for us. I will say in the absence of that, under Laura's motion, those are kind of the things that I would direct our staff to work on anyway. So unless the motion were to incorporate some alternative focal points, i.e. other amenities, I think you're going to get the same focus from us under both.
Well, I would actually agree that we do need to get moving on this because our time is limited. Not all of us are going to be here in 2.5 years. And so, maybe that's what, to Nils' point, is that we need to get moving on this. We're, let's say we approve this tonight, we're 1.5 years away from beginning, according to this document.
Oh,
2024.
and that's assuming we get quick permit turnaround
Right.
from
and
coastal.
we know that
we
never
can't
does
expect
happen,
that.
right?
I mean, we should not expect that.
Just to be clear, my motion doesn't delay anything. My motion will also get us going and doing the single hits and doing all that. My motion will do that as well.
It will. It's ultimately, at that point, going to be more to our discretion as to what amenities we're prioritizing from a work standpoint. That would be the only distinction. But candidly, I'm in agreement with the prioritization that's been laid out. We really think those are the two amenities we need to focus on. I mean, I've said it from the beginning.
Again, Seaside Lagoon.
Seaside Lagoon and boat ramp. And then we still have the obligation of the parking structure in International Boardwalk is already approved CIPs. I mean, those have funding. We are working on those.
Okay, so if we're setting prioritization, then I'm all for that.
I mean, ideally, and I know sometimes I ask maybe too much, but it would be great if we could get to a unanimous decision on a document like this, but that might require some compromise that's not available to us tonight. So this is a pretty big point.
I'll tell you that I want to give you guys some focus, some laser focus on what we're doing moving forward on prioritization, boat launch ramp, Seaside Lagoon, start taking some amenities out for the larger amenities that we are putting in, we're substituting things long-term, and then we can understand where we're going long-term, and we're focusing in on certain things. And I want to remind everyone, again, a year ago, we weren't even talking about a waterfront education center, and that's a big ask that has now come up. So a lot of these things sound small, look how much time. I made a quirky comment to Commissioner Light about he didn't want to get in the weeds, and then he started talking about the type of grasses they're going to be used. Look at how much time we're spending now on this little minor detail.
We have a vote.
Right? So yeah, so let's just call for a vote on Councilmember MD's motion. Councilmember, I won't be voting yes on this. So Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'm going to go no as well at this time.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
No.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And myself, Mayor Pro Tem Nairheim, no as well. So the motion on the floor is Councilmember Obaji's motion. Do we need clarification on that motion? Do you guys know what's on that motion?
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein.
On your motion, actually, Councilmember Obaji's motion, aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Right.
Councilmember MD.
I can't take out that hoist. I'm sorry. No.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Nairheim, aye as well. So passes 4-1. That's fine. And thank you guys very much for that work. Appreciation. That was tough to get where we are today.
If necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. All right, so that brings us to the next item.
Next time is going to immediately amend our planning effort. We have to now focus on deconstructing the sport fishing pier.
I was about to say, it went from a short pier to a short pier.
Yeah, while Ted and Andy get settled, this has to do with our recent assessment of the sport fishing pier. And it's unfortunately accelerating degrading condition. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ted and Andy.
You will. Thank you, Mike. Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members, we are the devil's in the details. So we are now being more specific on the sports fishing pier. Andy has a brief presentation to show you why we're asking you for a decision on this tonight. So with that, I'll turn it over to Andy.
Good evening, council members. Mayor Pro Tem, this item is being brought forward with a matter of some urgency in response to a recent underwater inspection of the sport fishing pier. The report was completed in just last month in September. After an inspection, underwater inspection, staff has been coordinating above and below water inspections since about 2016 when a marine engineering consultant identified some structural deficiencies there. The pier was closed to the public in early 2018. The most recent inspection identified a grouping of piles in close proximity were in complete failure, and a number of additional critical structural members were in very, very bad condition as well. And most importantly, it was learned that as compared to the August 2021 inspection just last year, the structural members appear to be deteriorating at an accelerated rate. Staff is concerned about the potential for a complete structural failure of some or all of the pier. Evidence of the structural failure can be seen in these photos in the increasing sag in the middle of the building. There, the image on the left shows the siding is separating and an increase in displacement has occurred since the last inspection, most likely due to the pile failure beneath that section of the building. This drawing represents kind of a map of the various piles that support the deck and the building. The building runs along the top half of the skinny section in this drawing. The colors represent conditions of the various members as estimated in percent of failure. In other words, what percentage of that particular structural element is still holding the pier together. Pink and red are the worst, and the concentration around the middle of the pier, 7 of the 12 piles in those 3 or 4 bents there are 100% gone. So there's additional concern at the seaward end where the skinny portion meets the wider portion at the pier head. Here's some photos of the recent underwater inspection, damaged piles. You'll see on the left side, 100% of the pile section is missing underwater. In the middle, there's a picture of a hollowed out pile due to a bolt hole of some kind there and just the marine boards and activity eating away at the inside of the pile. And then on the right, a broken pile still encased in its casing, but that casing is not structural, and so it's providing no support to the building. Some additional photos here of damage at the water line. The water line is usually the most susceptible to failure due to the water wetting and re-wetting of the structure and the various environmental elements that hit it. So you can see piles failing here at various degrees. That like triangle section, just to understand the picture, that's just the casing that goes around the pile. Thank you, to protect it from marine organisms. Staff has obtained some quotes for budget purposes for certain remedial actions that should be considered at this time. They're listed from least involved to the most in this slide. Include removal of the buildings only, removal of the buildings and providing a temporary stabilization to the remaining pier structure, and a complete removal of the pier. And their costs there, again, are at a budget level only, just quotes from various contractors. We realize we will need to do some additional research on permitting, but believe we could act under an emergency status, which should expedite the process of permits for removal of whatever portion of the structure we want to take down at this point. There is lead paint and asbestos that will need to be remediated also prior to demolition. And it's just important that we say that stabilization is expected to last a couple of years, but isn't guaranteed given the uncertain nature of the winter condition and other conditions of the pier we may be unaware of at this time. For all the proposed remedial actions, staff will need to work together to determine sources of funding. As mentioned, more work needs to be done with permitting requirements. So staff intends to return with additional reports and requests for funding or budget appropriations or contract awards as the needs become known and as we know more based on what you all decide tonight should be the path forward. So our recommendation is for council to give us direction on moving forward with mitigation of the damaged conditions of the pier. Would ask the council to consider either completely removing the pier and the buildings or temporarily stabilizing the pier and remove the buildings, or just remove the buildings. That concludes my presentation. Happy to try and answer any questions for you.
Yeah, and if I might add just a couple of fine points to this. I want to thank Ted and Andy for staying on top of the inspection program and really looking at the structures there on a periodic basis. That's really critical here. And really, I'm grateful for them for doing that. But at the end of the day, these 3 options provide you sort of 3 kind of tiered expenditure opportunities. At the end of the day, we're going to have to completely remove the pier and buildings at some point, right? We can phase it in effect and chase a little bit of good money after bad, or we can really just identify funding, bite the bullet and be done with it and know that we really, our long-term plan is to come back with a new structure, whether we're calling it the short pier or a rebranded version of the short pier or modern day sport fishing, whatever that is going to be. We do intend to reconstruct that facility. And I think now our goal is to make that area safe and to do it as cost effective as we can, recognizing that unfortunately it's a significant expense to do it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So, I'll be honest with everyone, when I first voted on this in 2017, maybe 18 when you came to us, 18 I think it was, regarding whether we should spend the $500,000, $700,000 to replace some of the piles, I said yes, and then as time went on, I was like, oh, that was a bad vote. I shouldn't have gone through it. And I was walking through the area with Greg, and I was Waterfront Economic Development Director, and I was like, oh, I was lamenting on it. Maybe I shouldn't have. And he was telling me about how bad it was, and now I see the actual conditions of these piles. And so at this point in time, as Councilman Horvath said, just take the whole thing out now. It's going to be more expensive later. One storm is going to come in and wipe this whole thing out, making it even more harder. So I'll just say right now, I'll make a motion now to remove everything as the phase one of, and as quickly as possible.
I'll second that motion. Sorry.
I'll let Councilman Horvath take the second on that one.
All right, everybody's falling.
It's just, yeah. But one thing I don't want to have happen is this thing disappears and then we lose sight and lose focus. But I think with what we just went through on this plan, there is a lot of focus on this and we're going to get to it. But I don't want to forget that this needs to be part of the plan and bring it back because it's a tremendous opportunity for tall ships, sport fishing, just a lot of other things. Looking at Avalon, City of Avalon, they have a pier that goes right in the middle of it, the Green Pleasure Pier. And it provides a tremendous opportunity for people having that pier there. They don't need it, but they have it. Yeah. So let me see here.
Sorry, was your motion?
Councilmember, my motion was just to remove the whole thing as one fall swoop. They didn't.
Yeah.
Did you have that in there as a?
Yeah, it's just really option one.
1.1, yeah, okay.
And we'll come back, we'll tighten up that pricing. I'm hopeful we can lower that to some degree. Time may not be our friend here. Permitting may get worse and it could get more expensive, so I don't want to make that promise.
What about timeline as well, too?
Yeah, and it's going to depend on permitting and what we can get away with on an emergency basis. And to your point earlier, or actually, no, I think it was Eugene's point, in the event that we do need to use Tidelands funding, we are going to need to get State Lands Commission approval for that tranche of expense. So emergency action gives us a little bit of cover here, but we'll try to bring back to you as efficient a process as we can.
Okay. All right. Councilman Horvath?
No. I was
Councilmember Lowenstein?
To that effect, how much money is in the Thailands right now? Do we know?
I'll be able to better answer that question when we do year-end close here in a couple of weeks. We have enough funding to cover this expenditure at the 1.1 million amount. But I'm hopeful that Greg will be successful this weekend and potentially identifying some emergency funding sources through the state. Of course,
no pressure, Greg.
We're always hopeful. If he comes back empty-handed, I told him just stay up there until no.
Yeah, right. Yeah, ripping off the Band-Aid. We need to rip it off.
Yeah.
And it reminds me, I don't know why, but I look at that pier and I think, I don't know, maybe people are sentimental about it, but I used to go to Six Flags as a kid and they had those rides where like you see these wooden things and things are falling down and like, it's like a scary ride, right? That's what it looks like right now. So there's a definite benefit besides the safety of it. It's going to improve the look of the pier already. I mean, the waterfront already.
Absolutely will.
The waterfront already.
It's a detraction now.
The aesthetics of it right now are really bad. And from a safety point of view, that's the first thing. And the second thing from the aesthetics. So it sounds like we're in agreement. I don't know. Maybe somebody else has a different point of view. But.
Okay. Councilmember Rabaji?
Just a question. Next to the pier, there's this rusted like metal grate and poles going down. What is that?
Yeah, that's a county storm drain facility.
Storm drain.
Yeah, so eventually we would love to see that upgraded, but that's not our facility technically. So
we can just send them a letter,
right? Yeah.
That'll take 5 years.
All right, that's all. I support.
Maybe we should trade them outfalls. The one on the beach, this one.
Yeah, I had a bad joke, but I'm gonna. All
right, I'm gonna say. Anyone from the public want to come down and talk about our not so sportsy fishing, not so fishing pier?
Microphone.
Yeah, hold on, you don't do anything. There you go.
Whoops, I just
We're
turned
full
off.
service here.
Yeah. I'm Carissa. I have lots of feelings about this. I loved Polly's when it was there. It was a great place to go. It has nostalgia and I'm sad to see it go, but I have a video that my son sent me of kids jumping off of the top of Polly's
Yes.
into the ocean. And apparently they do this often enough. I guess now there's like a little bit of a chain link or something that's a little bit harder to do, but they can break them. So I think that the liability of having this up much longer is huge, and I would like to see it ripped down before any of these kids get hurt jumping off of that. Thank you.
Totally. Yeah, people hang out there underneath it as well. All right. Anyone else? E-comments or Zoom comments? None?
I have an e-comment.
Oh, wow.
Open. Just a second. Give me 1 second. Try that again. What's happening here? I think I have a system failure going on.
Okay, I can read, I can see here.
We have one, yeah, it was a one comment from Barbara Epstein. I can't get to it though.
She says, I would like to see the sport fishing pier expanded and enhanced. It will take expert engineers to determine if it needs to be replaced.
Oh, it definitely needs replaced.
I think they determined it needs to be replaced.
Yeah, we've made the determination.
You can get the photos, unfortunately.
Eyesight will tell you that.
All right. No more public comment. Councilmember MD's not here, but I'm sure she's going to say yes. Any other comments from the council? No? All right. All in favor? Aye. Anyone against? Nope. So passes unanimously.
Nivanera.
4-0.
Thank you.
All right,
That's
thank you.
helpful.
Which brings us to,
Speed limits.
oh yeah, speed limits. Mr. Simon.
Yep, this is ours as well. Thank you. This is a strategic plan item that was on our prior 6-month strategic plan. We moved it forward to this month because we actually have roadways that we were surveying to bring back for consideration. Actually, we don't have to bring them back for consideration, but this is the opportune time for us to talk about AB 43 and what its implications are and what its implementation timeline is. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Andy to go through the brief presentation on it.
Thank you, Ted. Good evening again. This item, as Ted mentioned, is in response to the question in the strategic plan when the city might be able to reduce speeds using legislation in AB 43. AB 43 was signed into law by the governor last October and became effective on January 1st of this year. The thrust of AB 43 is to offer local jurisdictions more latitude when setting speed limits, especially on local streets. Vicky,
could you put
slide
it on the
please?
screen?
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Ted. Prior to the bill, most speed limits set by local jurisdictions required completion of an engineering and traffic survey. This survey looks at road conditions, accident history, road classifications, but primarily relies on speeds of motorists using the roadway. The 85th percentile speed is identified and rounded to the nearest 5 miles per hour. This is often the recommended speed limit. However, the engineer performing the survey may consider some other elements and may make a one-time 5 mile per hour reduction when determining the recommended speed for a speed limit. AB 43 allows the local authority to make an additional 5 mile per hour reduction in establishing the speed limit ordinance after considering additional factors such as residential density, pedestrian and bicycle volumes, and vulnerable pedestrian user groups. However, the local authority cannot do this until the middle of 2024 or until the Judicial Council creates an online traffic violation adjudication tool, whichever comes sooner. And I don't know what that last thing is, and I'm not sure the Judicial Council knows either. It's in their hands to develop it from scratch. In a few cases, an ENT survey is not required to set speed limits on limited segments of a highway. Prior to AB 43, these cases were limited to school approaches only. AB 43 expands these special circumstances to streets that are contiguous to business activity districts as they are defined in the code. Additionally, oops, sorry, got ahead of myself there. State highways on our city our city include PCH and Hawthorne Boulevard, and Caltrans may now set a prima facie speed limit as low as 20 miles per hour, down from 25 in business activity districts, and may now set set prima facie speed limits in residential districts. So as PCH and Hawthorne go through our city, Caltrans is able to lower their prima facie speed districts in business and residential areas. And then finally, the ENT surveys prior to AB 43 needed to be reviewed after 5 years. They could be extended for 2 years and then reviewed again and possibly extended for 3 more years, bringing them to a total of 10 years. With AB 43, the city can potentially rely on an ENT survey up to 14 years for enforcement purposes. So those are the highlights of the bill. The big hang up is the deadline or the threshold date of June 30th of 2024 before local authorities can do much about with the bill itself. So our recommendation is just to provide any input and direction on the implementation of AB 43 provisions when they become available to us.
I have absolutely none. Councilmember Baji.
No questions. I'd just like to share a quick story. We could lower the speed limits, but obviously, unless we get enforcement, it's not going to make a difference. I was driving down I think it was last Sunday morning, down to the Golden Hills on Grant Avenue at 30 miles per hour on a Sunday morning at 8:30 a.m. And a red car pulls into the left turn lane and tries to gun it by me to pass me up. And then I accelerate a little bit to 35, not to exceed the speed limit, to essentially tell him, hey, no, don't do that. And then he goes berserk, at which point I thought I was going to get in a road rage incident, so I just backed off. But in any event, I say we receive and file this and continue it until June 30th, 2024, at which time we bring back a discussion for discussion of council on any streets we might recommend reducing the speed limit on.
Is that a motion?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll second.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, question, Andy and Ted. Even though the state's limiting when it can go into effect, right? What are the things that we can do, say, as a staff in preparation for when that body finally convenes and makes their, changes and then June 2024 comes in? So how can we kind of set the policy now for implementation that gives staff direction to do whatever they need from a traffic engineering perspective? That way, when it comes into effect, we have the ability to just move forward without further delay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, one of the items in the bill is that the cities can identify these safety corridors near residential and business areas, not to exceed 20% of their streets, that could be reduced that additional 5%. So with council's either direction of certain locations, we could begin to investigate where we might be able to establish or identify those quote, safety corridors according to the state's code, residential density areas, high pedestrian use areas, vulnerable pedestrian use areas, those kinds of things. So that may be something we can do ahead of time. It would be difficult to do that kind of citywide starting with no information, but if you had particular areas you were interested in, we could certainly do the analysis to determine whether or not those areas qualified under that special status.
Okay, well, I'd make a substitute motion that we adopt a policy accepting Assembly Bill 43 and moving towards the implementation of reduced speed limits in areas of need, and then leave that up to the discretion of, I guess, council and staff to define what those areas are in between now and June 2024 to help further implementation in a more expeditious manner at that point.
That's fine, I'll second it.
Is there any public comment? The only thing I have to say to that motion is focus in on what we can be doing and should be doing right now. We've got a lot of projects, a lot of things to do. Do we have a traffic engineer right now? Do we need a traffic engineer to do any of this stuff?
We have a vacancy in our full-time traffic engineer position. Oops. We have other people pinch hitting. Our full-time position's vacant.
You, right?
And we have a part-timer.
We have a part-timer that's convinced to
30
come out of
years
retirement.
experience.
Thank you for this report. This is really good and obviously very helpful in understanding the new law. So thank you for preparing it.
Yeah, I think it's a great report. Reading this and what you guys said earlier, we got to wait a little bit of time to a little bit more focus. There's nothing here that's urgent, needs to get done right away. I see other urgent matters in the city right now. I won't be voting for the current motion on the floor. I'll be voting for the original motion on the floor because, again, we need to focus in on things. I don't know what problems we're really necessarily solving. We have issues. E-bikes are a larger issue that we should be dealing with right now, I think. So that's just, those are my comments on that. Any e-comments or public comments?
We do have e-comments. First one from Brianna Egan. This is a very good bill that the city should let me start all over again. This is a very good bill that the city should definitely use to implement reduced speed limits on residential streets. Recent incidents of teens being seriously injured on their bikes were largely related to the high speed of the drivers in cars that hit them. Simple law of physics, force equals mass times acceleration. I can't see that symbol. A human being on a bicycle is in a very vulnerable position against a 2-ton car traveling at 50 miles per hour. Fast cars and fast streets make for very loud and unpleasant streets to walk along. There are many cut-through streets in North and South Redondo that would benefit from reduced speed limits, especially around schools. In addition to reducing speed limits, I urge the city's traffic engineers to continue to innovate and follow good road design principles to reduce speeds by changing behavior. Design influences behavior and best practices for slower street design include more narrow roads, bulb outs, and sidewalk extensions on corners for pedestrians, speed humps and planters, and trees on sidewalks. Check out the YouTube channel Not Just Bikes for a master class in Dutch street design for friendlier, more human-scale streets. NACTO and Caltrans are now incentivizing and in some cases requiring street designs that work for all users, not just cars. Submitted by Grace Pang. I hope we use this bill as soon as possible to lower all the 40 mph segments throughout the city down to 35 mph. This will cause less confusion for motorists. They will know that the speed limit under 35 on all roads within Redondo Beach. The kinetic energy, KE, of vehicles is 0.5 mass velocity times velocity. A vehicle traveling 40 miles per hour has 31% more KE than one traveling 35. A pedestrian struck by a car at 39 mph has a 75% chance of severe injury or death. Lower the speed limit on Grant from 35 to 25. That will reduce the KE of cars by half. I bike along Grant to shop in the Galleria area. Paint is not protection. Motorists routinely speed and weave on the curvy downhill section heading below the train tracks. School children use Grant Avenue as well. Lowering the speed limit on Grant from 35 to 25 will save lives and encourage cycling for short trips around our city. And Jerome Chang writes, I encourage any and all ways to reduce speed limits on residential streets in addition to other effective measures such as bulb outs at corners, speed humps, and narrower roads. While bicyclists may sometimes not practice proper safety, it takes two to tango. Cars are at fault for not driving safely. Meanwhile, cars outweigh bikes by huge margins. That concludes public comment.
Okay. I mean, to that point, what Mr. Chang talked about, I think we need to be working on speed humps and large bulb out corners and creating things that are obtrusive in the pathway of the vehicle to force them to slow down so that they can't even drive that fast. I think that should be our goal moving forward. Simply limiting the amount of speed, again, like Councilmember Obaji talked about, you gotta enforce that. And that's only temporary. So if we have things in the middle of the street, and right, that's what I think. So yeah, I won't be voting for this motion. I'll be more for Councilmember Baji's motion. But anyways, all right.
If I may.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but the speed kills. I think we know that. It costs more to build infrastructure, right? But to the point that Councilmember Obaji has made repeatedly, and the mayor has said it, right? We're telling people to slow down. So all this motion does, right? All it is doing is saying, hey, this council, because it's quite possible that none of us will be here in 2024, is saying that we're accepting a policy to give staff the flexibility to reduce speeds based on future actions of a council or recommendations of a council, no different than a recommendation of a stop sign. And so by setting the policy tonight, you are just showing leadership and concern for speeds as being one of the tools in the toolkit for preventing potential accidents and, as a traffic calming solution. That's it.
Would you be amenable to amendment to your motion that simply brings the next council hearing on this subject matter to January 2024? No, because June is the first time you can take action.
Oh, you're saying in
January,
planning
you can
and.
start to have a discussion of what action to take, where to take it, what the 20% of streets are, and so on and so forth.
Well, I think the point of the motion is that staff can do, if necessary, if you were to come.
You don't even have a traffic engineer. He's going to sit there and analyze the roads and say, hey, where should we reduce the speed limit?
Well, that's not the point, that we don't have a traffic engineer. That's just a byproduct of not being able to find anybody, right now because of the hiring situation. But had we a traffic engineer, the point is that, say in 6 months, you were like, you know what, the VCR area, even with all those stop signs, people are still driving crazy. I think it should be an area that we eventually study. You've just kind of put it in the queue. That's it. And it just says we have accepted this as a policy for being able to lower speeds. That's all it does. If you wait until June of 2024, then you are hoping that a future council will think that that is a smart idea and set it as a policy. That's all.
So I'll have an answer to the future council, and that is, there's 3 of us that are going to be up here still in 2024.
Unless I'm going to be recalled. I plan on being here.
I might not be here in 2 weeks. So.
You might not be here in 2 weeks. That's true.
Yeah, my math is bad.
Yeah, it's okay. No, I got you. No,
I'm ready for retirement. You can say.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. I would be amenable. I'd just make a substitute motion to have staff come back in June 2024.
Mine was you're making another.
Yeah, I substitute the substitute motion.
Well, you can just vote on this one and then you go back to that, which is.
And then amend his. Okay.
No, I think that make your substitute motion.
Have staff come back in June of 2024, when we finally.
June or January?
January 2024, excuse me, to start working on a plan for June of 2024 for the final implementation. If we need to implement something, at least we have a 6-month period there. We'll have a traffic engineer at that particular point in time. We have some breathing room now to start planning for this. So that would be my motion.
Look at that motion. Yeah. Excellent motion.
Okay.
I just get.
All right. Sorry, Councilmember Lowe. Is your hand still? These don't go down all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Horvath, are you done? Okay. Obaji, are you done?
No.
No?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, go for it.
All right, so this is the difference between, for the 3 people here and the public, this is the difference between Councilmember Horvath and myself. He wants a new traffic engineer who comes from out of town, drives into town, because they probably don't live in Redondo Beach, to, from their desk, figure out what streets should have traffic slowed down on. And I instead would
That's not what I
like
said.
the council to discuss it, the elected representatives representing the people in the different communities, and figure out what streets need the traffic calming or need the reduced speed limits, and have that come back at a later point in time when it would be productive to have the discussion closer to the time where we can make the changes. In addition, I think at some point, nothing is going to slow traffic down as much as, a week straight of police enforcement on a particular route. And I've never seen an officer with a radar gun on Grant Avenue. But with that said, 35 is pretty fast on Grant. So I'd love to see that once we get the speed limit down to 30.
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I would agree. There's going to be 2 new council members here. We're going to have to, at least 2 council members, or hopefully just 2. We're going to have to bring this back and go through this all over again anyway before any of this is implemented, I would say. And safety involves, as everybody has said, more than just reducing speed. It involves all kinds of things, whether it's speed devices to lower speed devices, whether it's traffic humps or whatever you want to call them. So we've been through this. I've been an advocate for this over the years, big time in terms of funding traffic safety, the traffic safety fund that we've discussed. So we're 20 months away from this being done and even being possible to happen. So I would agree. Let's just focus in right now on enforcement. And when we get a traffic engineer, there's many things that person is going to be very busy with. And then eventually they'll get to the point where they can actually start focusing on the repercussions and also the implementation of AB 443. So I'd agree. I'm going to support this latest motion.
All right, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I'm just going to say to Councilmember Obaji, you clearly don't listen to what I said.
Okay. Anyone from the public in person want to talk? No more e-comments? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No. Any abstaining?
I'll abstain.
All right, so that passes 3-1-1. Wow, it's complicated. All right. Next item is the fun item, the logo item.
Is this the final item?
Yes, while Elizabeth.
Branding.
Yeah, gets settled. It's a discussion. This was a strategic plan item. The council asked us to come back and talk about options related to potential rebranding effort. Elizabeth's done some research and has come up with a couple of options. If the council's interested in revisiting our branding, our strong recommendation here would be to go with option 1, which is the more effective, effective maybe not the right word, speedier and more cost-effective approach. But with that, Elizabeth, I'll turn it over to you.
So, yeah, go on.
Are you sure?
Yeah, yep.
Well, thank you, council members and Mayor Pro Tem, for your discussion tonight. We are bringing you options that we can pursue in our effort to rebrand the city. And this is, like Mike said, a strategic plan objective that we carried over. So we're excited to finally bring it to you for discussion tonight.
Can I just say that I've noticed that the executive assistant twos have rebranded their slideshows and they look exquisite?
I actually borrowed Luke's from last week, so.
Got it. Okay.
I was like, that looked really good. I
meant to commend you on that last week. It was good. Nice seal.
So just to start, a brief history on our current logo. In 2001, the city undertook a rebranding effort to develop this logo that you see over here. It's an interpretive design of the sail, the sun, and a sailboat. The process included an advisory committee comprised of city staff working with a design firm to create and then refine several possible logo and image options. The 3 final logos were then presented to the Chamber of Commerce as well as the Recreation and Parks Commission. And then the favorite logo was brought to City Council, and it was adopted as the official city logo in November of 2001. And then in 2005, the Chamber and City decided to pursue further brand development simply because they were trying to find new ways to attract tourists. And in 2010, so it took a little while, but in 2010, a tourism-oriented logo was launched and was adopted and launched by the Chamber. And concurrently, the city adopted the tagline, "More to See." Now, if the council decides to move forward with a new rebranding effort, there are 2 options we can pursue. Option 1 entails us hiring a design firm that would work with us to develop a new city logo or slogan. And this effort would include an analysis of the city's culture, the city's history. It would involve interviewing certain stakeholders and then some targeted surveying. And if we choose this option, the cost would be between $50,000 and $70,000, and the effort would take 3 to 4 months. And then option 2, the city would be hiring a rebranding/repositioning firm. These are very specialized firms. They work with both private sector and public sector, and what they would do is more than just create a new logo or slogan. It's actually a months-long civic process that consists of community workshops, surveys, an advisory committee or working group, and a really deep dive into where Redondo Beach stands by comparison to neighboring communities and other government organizations. It's an effort that would completely redefine Redondo's image. Now, this effort would cost between $200,000 and $350,000 and would take between 6 to 12 months. So to assist with this decision, staff did reach out to both design firms and rebranding firms. And up on the screen are a series of questions that they provided so that the council could utilize them in their discussion and their decision on what type or what level of rebranding they want to undertake. And the most important question, or the key question, is the third one you see there, which is, does the city just need a logo refresh, or are there deeper concerns related to the city's image? And so I'm just going to leave those up there for the council's use. but staff is seeking direction on how to proceed with the rebranding effort. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be able to answer any questions.
So Hermosa Beach just went through this. They used a great firm. Definitely reach out to them, whatever we do here. I like the logo that we currently have. It needs a refresh, needs an update. But to go through this whole rebranding, I think our brand is fine here in Redondo. We don't need a big, long, massive project. With that said, I see the more to see. There's actually two logos in that. There's a pier and then there's more to see on the side. There's actually two logos, and the logo on the left is open source. It's open use, and the one on the right is more to see, not owned by us. The more to see logo, it's actually expired. That logo service mark actually expired from the Chamber of Commerce Travel Tourism Board that they had. So I'm saying that because and they, by the way, they didn't file for that service mark until 2014. This was in 2010 that they added that.
Yeah.
So there's 4 years that went in between, which any point in time, anyone could have service marked that. And my point is this: I want this part of the discussion, part of the contract, to be that we get it trademarked to us.
Okay.
Because it's important to have our ownership, and so that way no one else can just start using it and start putting it everywhere and start making money. So those are my 2-3 comments. I don't want to make this complicated. Focus in on a simple refresh. Councilmember Obaji, the one who started this whole discussion. Thank you very much, by the way.
If we could flip back to the questions, please. Yeah, and I favor option 1 too, the more efficient. 2 points I'd like to make. One,
yeah, that was good.
For example, when I came up with my firm logo, there was, I think it's 99 Designs, a website, right, where you get a bunch of freelancers, they put together a logo. But that logo has lasted me until this day, and I've never felt inclined to change it, because once you get down to your last 5, you essentially send it out as a survey, let's say to friends on Facebook, and they rank them, and then the one that's the best rises to the top, whether I like it or not, and I happen to like it, so it did. So what I would like to see is that whatever logo this designer comes up with, that it gets down to 5 or so, and then we shop it out to Redondo Beach to see what people like and what they're going to be most comfortable with. So to answer these questions, what problems is the city trying to solve? Not really a problem, but the city has evolved significantly and is evolving as we speak. The Galleria is going to be redone as a South Bay Social District starting in May. There's development on Artesia Boulevard that's exciting. There's going to be we're undergoing the waterfront amenities plan. So I think it's just a refresh and something a logo that's as exciting as our city is, and as that has to offer as much as our city, or represents everything that our city has to offer. What has changed? Nothing, just a lapsation of time and development of the city. Does the city need a logo refresh or the deeper concerns? No, I mean, looking at the old logo, sorry, can we go back to it, please? No, I mean, it's cool, just a little old. But where's the logo? I've seen a logo with like a lobster and, crab or something like that. Was that okay. All right, so those are, yeah.
Those were some of the images that were cultivated at the time the More to See brand statement was created.
Cool. So, those are cool, but I feel like there's something that's got to be California fresh, modern, something like that, along the lines of what the tourism board's been using. And city need a logo refresh for the deeper concerns. No, I think it's just a logo brand refresh that'll permeate our website and our discourse that shows that, hey, we're relatively fresh, we're doing well.
And be consistent with our travel tourism board.
Yeah,
the hotel district that we have. Yes, 100%.
So we've already been in discussions with them, and they're very open to working with us on this. Yeah.
Cool, sweet.
Awesome.
That's it.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
I agree. I mean, no way I want to spend $200,000 to $350,000 on this. Logos tend to evolve over time, and they get old after, a certain period of time. I mean, if we could work with the tourism, I've already seen a few designs from them that are phenomenal. I mean, I've even seen companies use 99 designs online, for $300. I'm not saying we do something that inexpensive, but I wouldn't spend a lot of money on this. And it's coming out of general fund, right? So, and I love your idea about putting it online and letting people vote on it. And I think it's great. And give them 5 options, see what they think. The slogan, a little more tricky because, that's going to take some creativity, but yeah, I think it's great. If we can work with them, I think that would be good, or an inexpensive consultant, because, this shouldn't cost a lot of money, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, we would, if this is the direction, we'd do a quick and dirty kind of request for proposal and see if we can identify firms on a fairly inexpensive basis.
Yeah. There's some very creative people out there that would love to do this, so.
Yeah.
For not a lot of money.
I mean, I think the logo we have right now is very modern looking, it just needs to be refreshed. So, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so I actually, considering I've done this for a living, I would have asked the same questions, and to the point that Mills is making, it's still a very viable logo. Could it use like a slight refresh? Maybe, but sometimes what I find is when people go for a rebrand, they end up making it worse. There's plenty of companies out there these days where you just look at what they did and you're like, why? And it's in an attempt to be modern and fresh, and and I think they just go backwards. It's like when Coke decided to do New Coke, and then they just went back to classic Coke, right? Because it works. In this case,
I thought that was a marketing ploy for some reason.
But it came with a whole new logo and a whole new brand,
Right.
and so, I'm of the mind, like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But, if you want to kind of refresh and, like, the more to see is still a clever thing, but maybe to the point that Nils is making, it's something that the city should have ownership over. So I would be amenable to, say, working with the tourism group, because being in sync with them, to me, makes more sense than not being in sync. And I think what they've tried to do is play off of us a little bit and then just expand on it. I don't, personally, that approach does not need to even cost what you have the quotes there for. And we definitely, to the point that, Todd just made, we don't need to be spending, $350,000. That's like full on corporate, we don't have the need for that. So I would keep it as simple as possible if you're going to do anything.
Whatever is in here has to include dry boat storage.
And I would highly recommend, just because there's lots of artists and designers that are incredibly talented out there, and using 99 designs is the worst thing ever for the real true professionals out there.
I knew somebody would.
It's kind of like if I wanted a lawyer and I went to 99 lawyers and just paid them like $5, I'm not going to get like
It's legal
true,
to them, basically, for design.
like it's just not the same as getting a
Exactly.
true professional.
Well, the school district just went through a logo design, and I don't know who they used, but that was.
Yeah, we'll do some research. We'll try to get an RFP together and try to get a cost-effective price.
One more comment I'll
Yes.
make, maybe, that gets offered to the designer, is we're the rare community with a beach, a pier, a marina, the hills in the background and the like, so, I don't know.
All right, anyone from the public wants to come down and speak on the logo design? We're going to spend $450,000, take about 2 years to do. Lots of public comment. There's going to be a hoist involved, dry boat storage. It's going to be great, great storage.
I think we're getting slap happy now.
Yeah, we are. Anyone else, any public comment on online, Zoom? Okay, we don't have even a motion right now, so I'll make a motion to direct staff to pursue option number 1, work with the travel tourism district, or not travel, so hotel district, excuse me. And let's see here.
Include in the scope of work the trademarking marking effort.
Perfect, yep. Trademarking, service marking if we need it.
And then to prepare options that we could survey the community.
Survey the community, right? Are we gonna do an RFP for this?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll do a solicitation. We'll get some comparative quotes. I don't know if we'll do a formal, release. We'll try to get some costs.
Look at what Hermosa did. They did great work. I was impressed.
Yeah, we'll check in with the school district, and we'll see some neighbors who've done this work.
And I guess if I could amend, The friendly amendment that this be done in sync with whatever website work is being done.
Yeah, that's our
was
goal
second,
here.
yeah.
I mean, the
Okay, all right,
reason,
just making sure that we're not
yeah, the
losing.
timing of this really, we want to launch new imagery, we want new branding, new communications plan, all those things we're trying to synergize with the new website platform, which, by the way, we'll be recommending to all of you here fairly soon.
Councilmember Obaji, if you second it,
Second,
you
all right,
can
second that,
make
yeah.
that part of the motion then.
Sure.
All right, perfect. Okay,
Second.
any other comments? Councilmember Linsky, your numbers, your name's still up?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
All right, motion on the floor, no public comment, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Hmm.
All right, passes unanimously. Aye. Aye. Okay. That brings us to the end of, actually, no, we got to do our mayor and council items, city manager items.
Just two tonight, just to kind of put on your tickler file, the first meeting in November, we are going to be bringing back the referral and conversation regarding gas station, grocery convenience items, and the
First meeting in November?
November 1st, the Munico provision that you have all referenced here by referral that might need some revisiting, that will be November 1st.
Tell Ms.
That's
McKenzie.
coming. Mark your calendars. And then secondarily, I think on November 1st, we're also coming back with a presentation on what we think would be a good solution for the capital project portal for both internal review as well as external communication and
That's
dissemination.
November 1st?
Also November 1st.
that's a big one.
Now, there will be other items on November 1st that will occupy that agenda, but those two items I wanted to give you a little heads up on. So those are coming.
Wow, okay. Any, Councilmember Lowenstein, referrals to staff?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath, referrals to staff?
None.
Councilmember Obaji?
No, I'll wait until I'm sure I can be here to receive it.
Councilmember MD?
Yes, I would like to put in a request that staff ask Metro to designate 182nd to Hawthorne to be a quiet zone. Because you can just request that, and then they
Nice.
won't be ringing bells or honking their horn. There's a guy, the afternoon train guy is fine. He doesn't honk his horn constantly, but the morning one does. And he blasts his horn all the way from 182nd, all the way at least to Fisk Lane, and just constant rant, rant. And so let's just make that a quiet zone.
So Metro?
Yeah, I forwarded that info from Mark Dirkling over to Ted.
Right, so
Metro
now I'm
can
gonna,
control the.
All the city has to do is request it.
Okay,
have to do is request it.
request perfect, and there was a second on that?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Fantastico, perfect, thank you. We should have all gone. Aye. In a horn
Ready?
fashion.
Ready in the form fashion, okay, ready?
Okay, all right, Vicky, we're having a lot of fun tonight.
Yeah.
All right.
Adjourn.
We're gonna motion, we're not adjourning in any memory of anyone, right? Correct.
That's right.
Okay, thank you guys very much. Motion to adjourn?
I did.
You did,
Second,
perfect,
second.
second.